Where's is the Serbian gentleman?
He's got something going on today. I think he said he was working. He's not gonna be able to make it. So it
Actual
is.
bombing government buildings isn't working.
Tell him that. So it is the four of us. Would anybody like to do player recap for inspiration, or do you guys want a DM recap?
Recap.
Yes.
Well, do you want to speak, please?
No, go ahead.
I mean, I was just going to make a comment about you finding a little bird friend on the road towards. I don't remember the location now. Very embarrassing. Which is why I was going to say you could do it. Exactly.
There it is.
Where you bumped into myself on a pilgrimage. Hello? We bumped into a friendly Serbian fella on a cart. And then we was joined by a seemingly rude gentleman, but very powerful also, so yeah, we let him off, I suppose. And then we nearly got into a scrap with this big giant person that came along. But cooler heads won out, and yeah. Luckily, I didn't get strangled by a big giant person who's got a bloody mask. And now I have a new carrier, as they can confirm.
This is my meat shield.
Something like that. Hopefully, if he survives the goblin attack, of course. That leads us to the next thing. Someone got a little high. I think it must have been Bliss, because I wouldn't do that. Or probably the Serbian gentleman. I'm still remembering everyone's names.
Yeah.
Francois.
Francois.
He's a
yeah,
French.
a bit of je ne sais quoi, that's it, about him. And yeah, we got ambushed by goblins, and we thought we was going to kick their asses. Turns out they punch harder than we realised. They nearly kicked our asses.
Yeah.
Think for yourself.
And I think they should attack Luke.
I would like to add one thing.
Failed stealthing.
Yes. Well, it wasn't necessarily failed. They just had the jump on you because they heard and saw you guys coming before you got to the horses. What were you gonna say, Valor? Valor, sorry.
Valor.
Sorry.
Valor caught.
Valor.
Valor caught the Easter bunny out of a tree.
Yes. It was a dirty dancing moment. It was beautiful and glorious and shall live on in infamy.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so we are currently in combat. Everybody has gained their inspiration. We are at the top of round 2 with Tomas and Bliss. Everybody has the maps, yes?
Yes.
Alrighty. Put this on. Alright, Tomas, take it away.
Oh wait,
I'm a swing at this boy.
What
Did I
crashed?
drop off Fantasy Grounds?
You did not.
Yeah, you're still on here for me.
Yeah.
It's still showing that I'm on there.
Yeah.
Alright, my app just closed.
Oh, that's weird.
Let me try to reboot.
Yeah, go ahead and close it down and restart it. And then reminder to bring up your combat tracker so you can see what order you're in. The right side of the menu, you have all the drop downs. The first one is tool. Top left corner with the 2 swords crossed will bring up the initiative tracker, combat tracker for you.
So is Tomas up or am I up?
Tomas, and then you.
I was just being patient.
What
Right.
a gentleman.
Pardon?
I said, what a gentleman.
Right. Yes, now we can get to killing. Sorry, how do I select this one? Is it Alt? Select?
Control and then left click.
Left click. There we go. I feel like I'm already selected this person anyway.
There it
Have I?
is. He's good to go
There it
now.
is. Right. And pointers. How do I? Is it pointers I go to? Nope.
What you wanting to do?
I want to attack this.
On the
Look on your
action
portrait
tab,
as well.
yeah, of your character sheet, the action tab. That's
What
on
one?
the right hand side,
There you go.
the very last tab. And then you'll double click the modifier, the +6 for the attack.
Okay. I think it was the other one, wasn't it? Did that.
Yeah. There you go.
Ooh.
Those are hits.
I'm very angry with this goblin. He took the Mickey out of me.
He was mocking you, and then I think he shanked you. Oh, no, he tried to. And then the button to the right of the attack, you'll double click that for the damage.
The
Yep.
Is it just one actually? I've just realised. Oh no, it's terrible.
Okay, so we will take off the first. 5 points of damage. Let me take off these. So as he continues to mock you in your face, and you lunge at him with your rapier, piercing him directly through the sternum, that look of taunting turns to pain, and then quickly to anger. Ah! I'll fucking get you. Any movements?
Oh, I can stab him with my other one. Well, your demeanour
Alright.
changed fast. And then in with the dagger.
Yes.
Alright. Shall I just roll one for this one?
Yes.
Oh.
That is a hit.
Yes.
Actually, isn't the rapier the one that gives you advantage?
I've already rolled two.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, it's alright, don't worry about it. Aha, I did more damage with the dagger. He was too busy shouting at me and like...
As you retort to his snarky comments of getting you with the blade of your dagger, how would you like to dispose of this goblin?
I think Well, I don't want to leave my dagger in him because I know that I'll have to pick that back up or else that will be left there.
We're learning!
Sorry,
You're quite alright.
I need to just collect my... It was the Raven Queen.
Yes.
I then go and stab him close.
Now recording.
Hi, Craig.
Hi, Craig.
Anyway, I then go in close and stab him. I say, for the Raven Queen, I send you. And then push him down onto the floor, off of the dagger. Yeah.
He tries to reply, but all you hear is the gurgling of him choking on his own blood. Beautiful. Any movement?
I guess I could move myself back over here somewhat. Or can I jump? Would that be a...
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
can I
'cause-
jump into a tree?
Absolutely. So the trees here are about 20 feet up, so you can jump. We need to draw the cart real
30.
quick so that we. Oh, perfect. Then you're good.
Okay. So do I need to roll for that or...
Let me double check, because that's just an inherent feature or ability that you have as the Heron, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Because if it is, then you would just be able to.
Rabbit hop, is it?
Rabbit helps the one.
Oh,
Bonus
there it
action.
is. Thank you. So unfortunately, you've already used your bonus action for your offhand attack, correct?
Oh, okay, that's fair, yeah. That's alright.
No So you
It
can.
is a bonus action. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You can use your movement to jump and try to climb up the tree. It will require an athletics check.
Okay. Alright, let's go. Athletic. Double tap. Sorry. And I don't think that happens.
You guys watch as Thomas starts to hug a tree in front of him. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not enough to
I
get up.
should say a lower branch, unfortunately, I'm still in hitting distance. Possibly.
Okay, that brings.
Never mind.
What is it with trees at my tables, JJ?
I don't know. I don't know.
That brings us to Bliss with Goblin 22 on deck.
Alright. So, is the pink thing the cart?
Yes.
Ah, okay. So the first thing Bliss is gonna do is step back. Wait, no, I have to count a little bit. Okay, yeah. Bliss is gonna step back. That's like 1, go 2, 3 to here.
Okay.
And take Layla out from where she's cowering inside his big orange robe. Tuck Layla underneath the cart. Is there room? I assume there's room underneath the cart. Would that be
Yes.
like half or 3/4 cover for her?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, and she'd be prone, so anything that would be targeting her would be a disadvantage unless it was right next to her.
Correct.
Okay, tuck her in under there and say, and Bliss will say, "Watch your step, kid. Protect your neck." And then
Point of inspiration.
told you I would do that.
I know.
It was too easy with this one. I don't know
It
if
was
some other
so
ones would be
good. It's the way to my heart is puns and juvenile humor.
And Wu-Tang lyrics.
Absolutely.
Um,
Also 3-6 Mafia.
all right. Okay. All right. I unfortunately I do not know. I like Wu-Tang with a lot of. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna just keep going. Okay, so So-
Fuck any song, I'm sorry.
yeah, cream dollar bill. Okay, so then then Bliss will start to he'll stand up and he'll start to chant. He'll say Om Namo Buddhaya Namo, and he'll start chanting that over and over again. And the 4 members of the party make attack rolls. That's going to be Tomas, Valor, Sharon. Oh, and we don't have the barbarian.
No.
Well, okay, and Francois. So all 4 of the rest of you guys will feel just a little more centered and a little more grounded as Bliss's chanting washes over you, and you all gain the benefits of a bless spell. So +4 to attack rolls and saving throws.
So what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you target each of them, the control left click, and then on your character sheet there is a button next to the action, if Fantasy Grounds will work for me, and to the right of it you'll see the little person walking. You'll click that, the use effect button.
Actions. Okay, alright. Use effect, got it.
Beautiful.
Okay, I had no idea that that was possible.
Yes, it makes it much easier. I can't speak for anybody else, but sometimes I get pigeon brain, so I'll forget. Oh yeah, roll the extra d4 for this and da 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 da. So if you guys are like me, then you have that, and it will automatically apply for you. Right.
Thanks be to God. The blessing.
The irony of this
Yeah,
too
that is-
is you've just killed a goblin in the name of the Raven Queen, and then you immediately feel like empowered and emboldened.
Yes, and in my high state, I'm just like, yes, the Raven Queen blesses me. Man's behind me like,
And kind of given the angles here, I think Bliss is then gonna swing around to the back side of the cart and try to take a little cover behind the cart.
Beautiful.
Not gonna go prone.
Okay, just kind of
Maybe,
squatting down.
Well, just just sort of moving behind, so the cart is in between him and anyone else who might try to make him into a further pincushion.
Beautiful. Very solid turn. All right. And then did you pick up your net last session? You had gone over to pick it up, correct?
No, I have a
Okay.
couple nets, but I did not pick that one up.
Okay. Beautiful. That brings us to...
Because then I would have had to get within melee range of that guy, and I was not risking an opportunity attack because I have like 4 hit points.
Very fair. All right. Goblin 22 is going to charge at you, Thomas. He comes screaming. Ah!
me just trying to come onto the tree. I'm in the Raven Queen present. I think.
With a 22 to hit. That is 7 points of slashing damage to you as he begins to laugh maniacally.
Ow. How much health do I even have?
8.
Um,
The good news is, well, I won't tell you guys that. I'll let you figure it out. Baylor with Caron on deck, and then Francois.
We can walk up this ledge up here, right?
Yeah, it's not very steep, but it is up 10 feet.
Okay. So would it be safe to say I could get to like right here? Be able to get
From
in
where you're
melee
at, yes.
range?
Yeah.
Okay. He will attack with his short sword. With bless, right?
Yeah.
That is a miss.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm installing that.
Good call.
Are you serious?
That is still a
Are
miss,
you-
unfortunately.
Guys, I'll do it one more time. Come on, hit the freaking thing. Thank
That's
you.
a hit!
Yay! Okay.
You did that.
Holy frick. Damage.
6 points of piercing damage as he has been laughing at the substantial amount of damage he's done to your new companion. Immediately cut short as your blade plunges into him.
Then he will pull out his scimitar with his other hand, and with advantage because of Nick, he will make this attack.
That is a hit. How would you like to do this, Valor? So as you
He's just making a swift. He's just making a swift movement of it. Boom, bam. He's moving on. He's not happy with his last attack.
Fair enough. So as you put your back into it with a little more gusto as you attack second time with your scimitar, the goblin, as he focuses his angry glare onto you, you watch as he drops his weapon and quickly grasps at his stomach as you slash across his belly, and he is trying to keep his entrails inside of his body, but ultimately fails as he collapses at your feet. And if anything is too graphic, please let me know, and I will
I was
calm it
just
down.
it's fine.
Okay.
That was about that.
And that would end my turn.
Beautiful. Mr. Sassy Pants, you're up.
From what I remember, the one I'm currently targeting is borderline dead. Half his face was melted off.
Correct.
In that case, where's my sheet? I need that. I am going to cast Magic Missile with one dart aimed at him to guarantee that he does not flee, because you do not attack someone and then run away like a bitch.
Fair enough.
And I'll send the other two at that one.
Beautiful. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Is it one die for all of the darts, as in they all do the same damage, or is it individual?
So let me double check the verbiage on it. I allow the players to decide, but once you make that decision, that's canon for the campaign. So if you want to roll separately for each one, you can, or if you want to roll one and have that be across the board, we'll do that. I think
I will pick more die, because then I can just roll more die and it's fun.
works for me.
So,
All right. So that is 7 to 13. Okay. How would your magic missile kill Goblin Warrior 1?
I'm gonna coalesce all of the inky magic that's coming out of me into three sharp shards. Point into the sky and just go seek, and two of them will go flying towards the one at the top, with the other one heading towards right through the back of the neck for the one that was running away, just piercing him and sticking into the floor.
That is amazing. All right.
Bliss will mutter, should have protected your neck.
Right? They know what they're talking about. Any movements or anything for you, dear?
For now, I'm just gonna sneak behind the just to get a little bit more protection from everyone else. Because I've killed someone, I'm definitely gonna be attacked at some point.
Yes. Especially with how tired you look. I think you would look like an easy target. No offense. All right.
Not taken from you.
I would just
That brings us to Francois, and my French accent is nothing like his. It's very, very subpar, and that's being very generous about it. So I think, seeing what is going on, he's going to be confident. Whoa, ho, ho, Francois is going to help. I don't know. He's gonna target Goblin 13, and he is going to cast Chromatic Orb. And with a 25, that bless is nasty. He's going to say, not so fast, as he does the cold damage. And you watch as the goblin, who is in the process of charging towards the group of you, his scimitar out and ready to go, becomes encapsulated in ice, And as that ice spreads up through his body, as the tips of his ears, the top of his head, and the tip of his nose become encased in that as well, there's an explosion and he just shatters into thousands of pieces. And he will have a very funny French laugh and. He's gonna kill me when he listens to this. I did make it known that that's not actually how he sounds. That's just my interpretation of it.
I think it's definitely how he sounds. Just so you know, that's how I think you sound.
Oh my gosh! All right, Sergu, you have homework. You have to make your accent like that all the time now. That brings us to Goblin 16. All right, so I am going to roll here to see which of the two of you he's going to attack, Valor and Francois, as two of you have just killed some of his friends, and the others who have taken a life are behind coverage. All right, that is going to bring us to Francois. He is going to move up slightly and using his short bow completely miss as he starts to grunt and curse in anger. That brings us to Goblin 5. He is going to slide down here. And he is going to target you still, Valor. With a 10, completely misses, bringing us to the top of the round. Tomas with Bliss on deck.
Sort of reeling from the hit, but still in this sort of frantic, like, intoxicated state. It's like, I must not have pleased the Raven Queen. I hop down from the tree, and with the strength that I have remaining, I take my short bow and shoot it at. I'm going to shoot it at this. Is it this one here?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to try and attack someone in my. Is that even possible?
Yeah.
Is there any rules telling me I can't do that?
No,
Okay.
he's in range. That is a hit.
Okay. And then do I roll down?
So he takes 8 points of the piercing damage, releasing a scream and then sneering at you.
This pleases you. Yeah. I didn't do. Oh wait, can I take a bonus action?
Absolutely.
Alright, I will jump into the tree this time.
Beautiful. All right. And that puts you out of
I-oh.
sight. 5 feet. So that'll let you jump up 10 feet. Your proficiency right now is 2, correct?
Yes.
Beautiful. All right. Valor, you watch as Tomas releases a bow at the goblin, doing a decent amount of damage, and then disappears from sight as he jumps up into the tree next to you. That brings us to Bliss.
Or
with
Easter Bunny.
Pulp, pulp, pulp.
Yes, we will sacrifice a lamb later.
Alright, let's see, how do I... Aha. There we go. Okay, so, Bliss will... Alright. Bliss will hop up over the cart. So let's see, that's 1, So it looks like it takes 30 feet of Bliss's movement to get to within 15 feet of Goblin 5.
Mhm.
Does that seem right to you?
Yes, it does.
All right. And Bliss will make another net throw, which is Goblin saves versus DC 14.
Wonderful. Let's see.
Sorry, Dex save versus DC.
Beautiful. Oh, it was almost a natural 20. But regardless of a modifier, I don't think a 2 is going to do it. Okay.
Alright, so,
he is now. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm adding effects.
So if I've got that right, that means that he's restrained in the net, and when he's restrained, his attacks have disadvantage, and attacks against him have advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And
Nice.
to get out of the net, he can choose either. Let's see. The target must succeed in a test. It must take an action and make a strength athletics check against DC 10, or it can destroy the net by dealing 5 points of damage to it, and the net has an AC of 10.
It's a very solid turn.
And then, let's see, I'm still navigating character abilities and things
You're
here.
quite
One
all
second.
right. And it's a new program as well.
Okay, so he'll net the goblin, and then using his feline agility ability, will return to his original position.
Oh, nice.
Which puts him back here.
Very nice. All right. And he is screaming and cursing at you and thrashing within the net, but getting more tangled up as he's doing so. Valor.
I'm gonna take this turn pretty quick because I gotta pick up my kids. So I'm gonna move 20 feet here, and I'm gonna take a swing with advantage on this guy. Short sword.
That is a hit.
Oh, sick. And this guy has my hunter's mark on him.
Mhm.
So there's my that, and then there's that.
Running with the renewed strength and excitement, and not wanting to have another fluff of an attack during this encounter, you quickly end this goblin's life as he continues to thrash under the weight of the net. Any further movements?
Then, with my left hand still free, I will move my hunter's mark with my bonus action onto Goblin 16. I don't know how to move hunter mark.
Target him
Um,
and then just hit the effect on it.
Okay, I don't want it to use a slot though.
You
'cause
can
it's a
manually
free.
undo it if you do, if it does.
Okay. That, did I put it on there? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it did.
Then I will use that was 20 feet of movement, so I'll move the rest of the 10 over here. I'll pull out my scimitar and I'll attack this guy with advantage because of Nick. I don't know why that bless should be gone.
It hasn't been a minute.
Oh, oh, that's a minute?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, but
concentration for a minute.
lasts for a minute.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. 15.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
That
a
works?
hit.
Okay. Then damage. Hunter's Mark.
Naylor, how would you like to dispatch this goblin?
Taylor's just running all over the place, just winging. And he just wants this fight to be over, so it's pretty swift and calculated movement.
Very, very nice. With that,
I gotta go.
absolutely. I'd
Let's
like
go
to
to my-
say this. Go ahead, and if you need to roll, I'll roll for you. And with that, the combat has come to an end.
I should go collect my arrow, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to say, hey, could someone help me get down, please?
I feel like Valor would help again.
Yes, it's no problem.
Oui. And they'll tag team. They'll both have terrible accents in their absence. Oh, I
I'm
will.
all a little offended. I thought you was going to fall from that tree because you were so high.
Oh, yes.
But I won't tell everyone else about the thing that I just saw, you know.
And as you like fall out of the tree and into his arms, he would say like, "Oh, I see you have fallen for me, just like my lovely Esmeralda." As he pulls out her underwear and waves it around again. I don't know. I'm trying to keep it canon. Okay. So as things begin to settle down, the horses and
This will recover his two thrown nuts.
beautiful. Making note of that. And the horses this whole time have been like freaking out and kind of like backing away. And they're still spooked as things sort of begin to calm down and the dust settles. How would you guys like to proceed?
I mean, while everyone's collecting their stuff, I'll try and calm the horses down, but I don't exactly have any familiarity with it, so I'm just doing like, you know, the bare minimum, just like slightly trying to wave my hands in front slowly to try and calm them down.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an
As-
animal handling.
And fail.
Nice.
Okay.
Never mind, I'm also
That was actually much better than I'd anticipated. The horses take no time as you approach. There seems to be a bit of a curiosity about you as you approach them and kind of try and, you know, calm them down, waving at them, your voice soothing them. It's almost as though nothing had ever happened. They are content. What were you going to say, Bliss?
Oh, never mind.
And Layla, as you do go to retrieve her after getting your nets and everything, is a mess, kind of curled up into herself and trembling, and very, very quiet. The little bit of noise that she does make, I can't English, is almost inaudible, and is more like little squeaks than anything.
So Bliss will just tuck Layla back into the robe and purr a little bit in a soothing way.
That's so cute. And you would notice that after a couple of minutes, as you were purring to soothe her, her trembling settles a bit, but she kind of trembles as a little bit that does continue in sync with your purring. So as you breathe in to start purring again, there's a pause in her trembles as she kind of begins to mimic the sensation that she's feeling from the reverberations of your purrs.
Well, that was so. Bliss will say to the party, "Well, that was unexpected.
Um,
What do we think these goblins were doing here? Just bandits, or were they waiting for someone?"
Is there anything in the area that suggests they've been like waiting here for a bit? Like maybe not a campsite or something, but
the ground was littered with arrows, I believe, was it?
Yes, yeah. So go ahead and give me either survival or investigation. And yeah, when you guys had come across the scene, the ground was littered with arrows. You had found bits of like torn cloth fragments. The saddlebags of the horses had. You were consistent with your rolls today. The sigil or the emblem that you had seen on the crates that are in the back of the cart. With a 17, okay. Following some of the tracks, would you kind of be scouting the whole area that they were in, or would you be sticking to a specific area?
I guess sort of like the entire, making sure I'm not going too far away from like the rest of the group.
Okay, beautiful.
In fact, now that I think about it, before I start, I probably at this point would have used my last spell slot to cast Mage Armor, considering we've already been attacked once. Because Mage Armor lasts for 8 hours,
8
doesn't it?
hours,
Yeah.
yes. So
Yeah.
you should be able to. I don't think you need to target yourself. You should just be able to hit the effect button on your. Let's see, did that do it? Okay, go ahead and target yourself and then try that.
There we go. That's the damage.
Okay, I'm gonna manually do it because it's not modifying it on your character sheet. Give me just a moment. Your dex modifier is 3, so your AC is going to be 16. There we go. Beef you up quite a bit. Okay. So as you go ahead.
I was gonna say also, while all this is going on, Valor is not gonna be like listening to any of you. He's gonna be going around to each of the dead bodies on the ground, kneeling down for each one of them, kind of closing their eyelids with his hands, and placing his hand on each of their chests, and mumbling a sort of like merciful prayer. That he didn't know their intentions, but he's hoping that they'll go somewhere suitable for them.
It's a nice way of saying I hope you go to hell. Very, very nice. Giving you a point of inspiration for that. Okay, investigation. So as you're kind of scouting over in this area, you quickly find the tracks of the goblins, and they're pretty much sticking to the areas that I just pinged, just within the tree line up on the embankment. And they come down. You would obviously see where they came down during the combat, and the crazy clusterfuck of tracks and stuff that were already in the road prior to you guys coming. But you notice that they kind of trail off this way. following them and checking the embankment just across. You don't see signs of a camp or any kind of remnants of a campfire or anything that shows that they would have been here too long for an extended period of time. Um, but that these tracks also begin to head towards this trail, and then depending on how far you go, they go up this trail. You would also see that right here is a snare trap, kind of covered in some of the dirt.
I'll try and get rid of that before anyone accidentally steps in at any point. Then I'll
Okay.
use my mage hand to just like send a sort of trail of my like inky goop towards it, just to slap it and trigger it.
Beautiful. And as it does, you hear the and as the rope goes taut and begins to fly up into the air. Empty.
Well,
Right,
while
in that
we're
case,
I'm sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, in that case, I'm going to be at all times keeping an eye out for any extra traps that could be anywhere now.
Beautiful.
While we're scouting around in the shrubberies, Bliss will also kind of start poking around looking for any herbs that he might be able to use to brew a healing potion.
Ooh, okay. Go ahead and give me a separate survival check for that, please.
Do a survival check. That's not going to work
What were you hoping to do?
out. I don't. I thought it was like
Or a nature check.
all right. Oh, those survival. Either
Were you hoping for investigation?
one. Oh no, wouldn't even matter what I roll. No herbs in sight.
Yeah.
Bliss is just sort of clutching his wound and not really able to focus on what's around him at the moment.
And the little bit of foliage that you do see that's not part of the trees and brushes has appeared to have been kind of flattened out as well. And so if there had been anything, it no longer is there and would be rendered useless.
Oh dear.
I think Francois would make mention that and point out that the as he's holding up one of the torn pieces of cloth, this looks like the symbols on the back of the cart. Oui, oui. Still waving the underwear around. I don't know. Sorry, Sturgill. He started this. And kind of bring that to him. I that's what I feel, but just in case I have to put that like preemptive apology just in case.
Do we maybe want to have a small rest? Just, I mean, one of us in particular looks like they're on death's door.
Yeah, I'm like dying, which is why actually I haven't said much, just so you know. So I'm just like,
Panting, breathing heavily in a tree somewhere.
no, I've dropped out the tree.
Panting, breathing heavily in a bush somewhere.
Most people, God, you can make it weirdly.
Vaylor would have noticed that, right? Because that attack hit him, and then he jumped up into the tree.
You want me to roll medicine so you
Oh,
can kind
you
of
called me,
surmise?
actually.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, with you having caught him, we'll give you advantage on that, as his blood like soaked into your beard and clothing.
Either way, he's gonna pump a cure wounds into him.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so let me go ahead. Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
Sorry,
Nice, 15 points. So you are fully healed. Baylor, what would your cure wounds look like as you cast this? We'll give him a minute, and if not, then I will describe it and he can rectify that later or correct it later. I think that maybe like as he like caught you and like set you down, Tomas, as everything else is going on and he feels the warmth of your blood soaking into his clothing, you'd feel a little bit of a jolt, almost like a surge
Like-
of yeah, but not like a painful one, like a surge of electricity, almost like a shock, like if you've been shuffling your socked feet on carpet and then you go to touch a doorknob, like just a quick little surge like that. And as it happens, catching you off guard, there's a renewal that begins to course through you. The blood on your fur and clothes remains, but you watch as the torn skin starts to sort of stretch itself back towards itself, and begins mending, and the hair that was missing is beginning to grow back out quite quickly as you are fully healed.
Oh, gosh. That feels so much better. Keeping you around was a good idea, I think. Thank you, fellow. Thank you, fellow.
You are welcome. Let's try to be a little bit more careful. I feel like that was a little bit my fault for taking the high ground and not fully scouting the area first.
Well,
Hey Bliss, maybe we should rethink our strategy next time.
I couldn't leave you guys there. I appreciated you. I didn't want to leave you hanging. Sorry. So,
Well, this certainly didn't work out great, so yeah, trying something different next time.
Well, the important thing is we've all made it through.
Oh yes, oh we.
The face, that's what really sells it, like the curled Elvis lip.
Viva la revolution!
God damn.
They want to take €5 off my pension. Time to riot. You poncy British people will just drink pay and complain. We, viva la revolution. We see you on the barricades.
€5 off my pension, dude.
For real. They cook
Too true,
and they
man.
get it right.
True.
I support it.
You're not wrong. How is
Like, this country
So,
is just like, oh, that's not annoying, man. Yeah, oh, we gotta work for another year then. Just give me 5 minutes. Oh, where's he going? Comes back with Molotovs.
my work here is done. Oh.
Oh god, the friendship.
Okay,
goes
so
different.
let's see if the goblins have anything on them that might indicate what they're doing here. Whether they're just do they appear to be just like, you know, a bandit raiding party? Do they have you know, instructions? Is there anything on them that might indicate, yeah, the purpose of their ambush?
Okay. Go ahead and give me a quick investigation, and anybody who is helping search the
Me too.
bodies for any kind of clues. You too, Baylor. Okay. You guys can roll
Yep.
investigation as well.
I'll help as well then.
Okay.
I'll see if I can roll another 17.
You got this. I believe in
I'll
you.
do a little self-guidance on that roll.
Beautiful. You absolutely
You'll have to roll
can.
for me. I just
I
got home.
did. What happened to Hold on. What happened here? On your character sheet.
Who's
Why
mine?
did you guys waited?
There we go. Okay. Okay. Ooh, it's 20. And another 17. Jesus, he really is bringing it. Okay. I had a player last week. I think it was my Tuesday session. Or maybe it was Sunday. He rolled 18 for attacks and damage. Like, literally, like, probably 10 times back to back. It was wild.
Yeah, but it wasn't a 20.
It wasn't, but I was still quite impressed. I'd never seen that before. Okay. So as I'm listing things off that you find, if you want to take it, let me know. Of the 6 goblins, you find a total of 6 scimitars and 6 short bows, as well as 6 quivers with arrows.
Baylor will take a short bow.
Okay.
Yeah, let's bundle it
With the
all.
quiver.
Anything that anyone doesn't want, let's bundle up and put in the cart. Maybe we can sell it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Ah,
Very,
smart
very
man.
nice. Then what I'm going to do really quick is I'm going to make a new character sheet and call it cart.
Cash, take the money. Dollar bills.
Dollar
y'all.
dollar bill, y'all. Okay, so inventory. You said you wanted a short bow, Valor?
Yep, and a quiver or whatever.
Okay, did anybody else want any of those?
Do you want to take any spare arrows, Steve?
Yeah, I'm gonna take some. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Who'd we lose? Oh, JJ. Okay. He's probably getting home. Quiver. Sorry, I'm making sure I get all of this put in here for everybody. There's
The
that
quiver
for
automatically
you.
come with was in it, or
No, I've got to add that separately, unfortunately.
oh, okay, that sucks.
So that was 2. Okay, that leaves another 80 in the cart. Anybody want a scimitar? Nope. Okay.
Rin skimmy.
Scribber scribber.
Wait, can I even use one? I don't think I can I?
Let me double check. I don't think you're proficient with it.
Probably not. It's alright.
So it's
But you got your fancy little
Marshall.
rapier anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so that is all good. In total, on the 6 bodies, you find 47 gold pieces.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna
I will take all 47 gold. No, I'm just kidding.
This is where PvP ensues. So what I'll do for right now is I'll put it in with the cart until you guys can decide how you want to split it. And there is one of you speaks Goblin, correct?
I think it was me.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Oh, no, that shows it by dice roll.
Please don't tell me that there's a goblin daddy in here too.
Oh.
I'm.
with a note from his goblin baby.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm Goblin Daddy, but
What is this?
but yeah, there's a so in the Saturday group they had an encounter with bandits that were robbing them, essentially another ambush. And there was a note that was like, "Dear Daddy, congrats on your new job or promotion. You know, I hope today goes well. Can't wait to see you later. And love Dawson or whatever." And they were like, "We just killed a dad."
A dad making terrible choices.
These have lives.
So
families.
rude.
He was, you know, his wife had just died. He's a single father. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta. I mean, haven't you guys seen Aladdin? Now, granted, he didn't kill anybody, but he was stealing all the time.
So true.
But that child is now an orphan, and as Harry Potter has proven, they will now gain magical powers and go on adventures.
He's gonna get a letter to Hag School.
High school. Hell yeah.
But yes, they're
Creating the backstory of the main villain for the next arc of the campaign.
exactly. I think I'd made a joke about that too. But there is a torn piece of parchment. Who was it that got the 20? Bliss, it was you that got the 20, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
It is dirty and kind of gross. There's little bits of dried blood on it and other dried substances.
Ew.
It's kind of crunchy as you unfold it.
Yep.
But it is a language that is unfamiliar to you.
Well, look at this. Can anyone here read any goblin?
I'll use Mage Hand to hold on to it and take it forwards and read through what it says.
Okay. You read it out loud?
Yeah, out loud.
Okay. In Goblin, it says, "Boss says keep watch. No let dwarf go. Spider wants alive." I'm not going to read it like that. Boss says keep watch. No let dwarf go. Spider wants alive. Take 2 hideout if caught. Break wagon. Leave horses. No survivors. We get meat after.
Oh.
And I will post that in the channel.
Well, it looks like they were waiting for someone, but not for us.
Hmm.
Because none of you guys are dwarves, I don't think.
Not since I last checked, at least.
Wait, we just got the scoop. We know about valuable cargo that's coming.
Francois, I'm so sad he's not here to be able to share this himself. Oh, you know it is funny. The man who hired me to bring this card, from here to Fandolin, his friend that was the one paying for the job is a dwarf. I've lost it. I'm sorry. But would tell you that the man who hired him had said the person he was hiring for was a dwarf, and that the 2 of them, the gentleman that hired and the dwarf gentleman, were going to be heading out a day or 2 prior, from when
About
Francois.
marriage.
Yes.
So it's very clearly this dwarf. There's no way the world wouldn't be sticking a middle finger up at us like this. So if you want to get paid, your payment is now in a lair of goblins somewhere.
Well,
I mean, you said that that path was sort of like where it looked like the goblins were coming from, so if we were to try and find the hideout, we'd need to track that way.
That's a good assumption, yes.
How close are we to Phandalin?
You guys, a couple more hours. Probably like 4 to 5 more hours. So I guess that's a few.
Well, I certainly could use a little bit of a breather before we go tracking down any sort of hideout. I also am a little bit inclined to maybe go to Phandalin and see what we can find out in the town before we try to investigate a goblin cave.
It might be the smarter idea, yeah. I mean, we should be easily able to like backtrack to here. It's not like we're gonna lose the place. No, wait, actually, hang on. Let me just, if I remember how something works. Oh no, never mind, it wouldn't. Carry on. But we'd be able to backtrack here without much effort. Like, we're on a path, we wouldn't lose where this area was. So if we were to go to Phandalin, we'd be able to come back here if we did decide after like we visit the town to go and like deal with that goblin there. Right?
I will take out a piece of paper from my backpack and I will draw from here till Phandalin, and maybe I can make a sketch of the area.
Ah, that's probably a good call.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay.
So, why don't we take a little hafsika, a little break, right here, for just a few minutes, and then continue on the road.
I'm fine with that decision.
Okay. So we're taking a short rest.
I would certainly appreciate a short rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long
And-
does a short rest last for, by the way? Was it 1 hour?
An hour. Yeah, a minimum of 1 hour. And what I will do is I will short rest you guys. And you guys, on the main tab of your character sheet, can roll the hit dice. It's towards the bottom middle, or at the bottom, where it'll show your hit dice.
Rather than taking a short rest for me, then, could I spend the hour using my magic initiative Find Familiar?
Absolutely.
Just like to prepare and
Absolutely.
do that instead. Yeah, alright. Well, in that case, then I'm gonna, like, it's sort of like how I coalesced all the, like, ink into shards. It's gonna coalesce into sort of slightly dripping, raven that's gonna, like, perch with me. And I'm gonna, once the rest is over, he's gonna be, like, flying in the sky, trying to keep an extra eye out for us.
Beautiful. Flying ahead of you guys.
Yeah. Just, you know, extra insurance.
I like it. And here you are. You should be able to control and move that token.
Yay, Quill!
Okay, so we're doing that. And then what I need to bring up so that you have it, if it will work for me. So should you get into combat again and need to use your familiar at all, did that drop share for you?
Yes.
Beautiful. So you have the stats for that, and I'll add it to the tracker as well. It is not hostile, At least not to you.
But fake will you, traitor? I'll bring you into
Nevermore.
this world, and I can sure as hell take you out.
Daddy, no. Beautiful. So what are you guys doing during your short rest? Do you guys converse at all, or is it just a reflective silence? Some of you kind of sit there still hurting, reflecting on the events of the day so far.
I think I'd be too focused on like my little spell to actually converse with anyone during this time.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I'm going to focus on healing up because I'm going to roleplay being very sick, being that. Well, I'm
Aren't you full
down
health
to
now?
one. What, aren't we resting?
Yeah, but you got cure wounds, didn't you?
Oh, I suppose I did. I would be thanking. I would be thanking Valor.
Yeah. He healed you up, and that was your
Valor,
last
sorry.
spell slot, right, Valor?
No, no. So the Hunter's Mark was the favored enemy thing. I get 2 free castings of Hunter's Mark per long rest.
Ew.
Nice.
Let me double check that. Are goblins your favorite enemy? Does that like, can you change that now with the 2024 stuff?
Favorite enemy now is switched. You always have the Hunter's Mark spell prepared. You can cast it twice without expending a spell slot, and you regain all expended uses of this ability when you finish a long rest.
Oh, they completely changed it. Hold on.
Yeah, they completely.
Yeah, I think it's because they wanted
Changed
to make
it.
rangers like really like Hunter's Mark. So
Yep.
from what
Yeah,
I remember, I didn't like
okay.
the ranger very much.
Yep.
Okay,
It
that's
didn't cast
And I think I specifically said when I first used it that I was using favorite enemy.
okay. Yeah, I must have missed that. And they've changed favorite enemy, because with favorite enemy, you used to get something like that for the specific enemy. So if your enemy was orcs or ogres or
Right.
goblins, so you don't have to actually have a favorite enemy. You can just use this whenever
Right.
on whatever.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the thing that
Why I
thing that
picked
you're
this.
fighting at that time becomes your favorite enemy.
That is
Yeah.
wild. I don't know if I
2024.
like that. I mean, it's good for you. I'm not saying that about you. I just like the wording of it makes my brain itch with the change. Like you're
Like,
just
like,
my
it's a bit
enemy.
weird, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's awesome as a player. So I don't think I'm like dogging or shitting on that by any means. It's not the case. But it should just be enemy. Okay. Very, very cool. I think Francois would use his arcane recovery. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. So he is sitting under one of the trees, swirling Esmeralda's thing around, reading a book. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. So he's going to use arcane recovery. Better safe than sorry. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Alright, so can't use it until long rest. Beautiful. Okay. So finishing up the rest. Okay, everybody's good on hit dice then. Alright. As you guys prepare to head back out, Francois will take the reins once more. Is everybody else getting back on the cart? How will you guys be proceeding?
I'm sitting in the back of the cart where I was before.
Okay.
I shall get in the car at the back of them with them as well now, instead of on the horse.
Okay.
I don't
And,
think Valor can
what-
sit in the cart.
We had agreed that you'd be able to.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll probably, your big old butt will probably just sit on top of some of the crates and stuff, but
Yeah.
All right, so everybody on the cart save for, here we go. Okay. Let me bring
He's doing the
this
Captain
up.
Morgan pose or something.
You're so dumb. Okay. What I am going to want is perception checks from our Raven friend, please. which is amazing because I'm wearing, it's very dingy now, but my Edgar Allan Poe shirt.
And I think familiars in 2024, it's easier for the caster to like look through their eyes. I don't remember the details, but I remember they changed that.
I
Let me
can pull
double
it up quickly.
check.
Telepathic connection, once within 100 feet, you can communicate telepathically with a bonus action. Yes, I can see through its eyes and hear what it sees.
Okay.
Yeah, so like, oh, that's what it is. Like, you don't go blind. You don't have to like give up your ability to see around you in
Oh
order
my
to see through there.
god. That's really good for you guys. There was
Yeah, I kind of thought I would have to do that.
yeah, well, there goes some of my ideas, never mind. I've heard stories about, you know, people doing that to keep watch and scout ahead and like
I'm fine to still do that, considering that's what I was expecting I'd have to do.
I mean that's entirely up to you. But I was just
Yeah,
thinking because I've heard stories about them being taken by surprise and kidnapped, and then the rest of the party comes back and they're like, "Oh no, now we have to play Captain Save-A-Ho."
No, I'm fine to do it that way.
Okay, more fun.
How do I actually roll perception on the Raven? Or do I just roll the d20 and add 3 manually?
Yeah, go ahead and do it that way.
Well, Raven's not doing shit. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna use one of my inspirations.
Okay.
Please don't be another one. I guess that would be 17 in total.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, with the one I was gonna say, the Raven goes blind as it starts to see what you see on the cart. Okay. Very, very cool. Let me bring up this map. Sorry, things are running a little bit slow on the program right now. I apologize. So sorry, my cough is still lingering, clearly. Alright, so preemptively sharing that map. Okay. With your Raven scouting ahead and keeping that telepathic link with you, and you occasionally tuning in, so to speak, to peer through using its senses to look out and listen in. The road, after this excitement, appears to be pretty barren, pretty empty. Obviously, the Raven would see this before you guys do. There's a gentle rise along the rutted path of the Tribord Trail, and you see that the forest and the foliage in the area begins to kind of disperse a bit and thin out. Just in the distance, your Raven sees the thick... How do I want to describe this? The thick woods give way to civilization. Nestled at the foot of the Sword Mountains, a town comes into view. It's not a grand city by any means. In fact, it's quite far from that. It is a modest town. Continuing to push further in. How far up would the Raven go? Once you see the town, would you continue to have him scout ahead? Is he flying into the town before you guys do? Or would he stop and kind of hang back?
I muted myself somehow. I'm an idiot.
It happens.
Would we be coming from the north or the south road?
So you guys are coming from... I'm so directionally challenged. You guys are going to be coming from up here. I guess the north. From right up here.
Nothing pinged, but oh, there, right.
Yeah.
In that case, he'd probably He'd scout out to about that red building, but not much further, because I'm assuming if something's going to jump us, it won't be in the town. He just wants to scout just far enough to make sure there's no problems or anything, and then he'll like come back and perch on my shoulder.
Beautiful. And I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. Party token. Oh my gosh, this is going to drive me freaking nuts. I want the token bigger. There we go. And you guys should be able to move that as need be. Okay. So your raven would see that in the town there are, it's scattered with like weathered stone foundations and then some newer wooden buildings that appear to have recently been raised. There are faint curls and plumes of smoke that rise into the sky from chimneys throughout the settlement, lazily drifting above the timber and thatch rooftops. Seeing that doesn't appear to be anyone lying in wait for you guys proceed in.
You said some of those buildings had been razed, as in like damaged and destroyed.
No, like they've just recently been erected.
Oh right, never mind.
Yeah, I thought that too. I was
I'm
like,
so
I was
sorry.
Erected.
like raised up or raised level down.
My apologies. Everyone go ahead and give me a history check.
Oh, I'm not good at those.
They have been erected. Okay, 14's not bad. Alright, Valor, that tracks
What
for
about
you.
you, Raven, who's just come into existence? Do you know anything?
Ah! Okay. And I'm not going to roll for Francois since he's not here. I feel like he doesn't really give a shit. He's here to do his job and get money right now. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay, so a total of 19. Okay. So, Karin and Bliss. You don't know a lot about Phandalin as it is now. But during your times of study or your time talking with others, you know, during travels and overhearing stories and things of that sort, you know that centuries ago, Phandalin was a thriving, booming mining town. Though small in size and stature, what is the word? The economy of it was kind of, you know, it would give Neverwinter or Waterdeep a run for its money, especially for the smaller size of it. But within the last 500 years, the town had fallen to bandits. Oh, we lost Bliss.
Yeah, Bliss fell out of the fantasy grounds again, but I'll figure out a way to rejoin.
Okay. And for a long time, it had been a ghost town. Essentially, what remained of it, anyway, was a ghost town. It's only within the last decade or so that they have started to rebuild what was destroyed. So the newer buildings amongst some of the older, more weathered and worn stone buildings makes sense. I will reshare those with you once you are back on. Continuing into the city, what you see, and I'll ping on the map. Bring this over. There are a lot of smaller buildings kind of on the outskirts of the main square, which you would see down the road, appears to be here. Right here, there is a store that the sign on the front reads Barthen's Provisions. It is a simple wooden sign that kind of sways gently as every once in a while a breeze kind of pushes through. You see that there is a blacksmith here, and some homes here. How far into the town do you guys take yourselves and the carts? And as you guys come down the path that is curved off of the Triboard Trail into the town, the people who are kind of scattered throughout the settlement give a weary and hesitant look in your direction.
Hesitant in what ways? In like they're scared of our arrival?
Roll insight. Some of them do look scared. Most of them look unsure at best, but there is a sense of fear coupled with that uncertainty.
Well, I wouldn't mind making a quick stop into that general store up ahead on the left.
Okay.
How do the rest of you guys feel about that?
I'm going to come with you.
I should follow the holy man.
Where are we taking the cart? Do we know, Francois?
Ho ho ho! I do not know. I was told to meet the dwarf here. Ho ho ho! But as we learned from the letter that our inky friend shared with us, he is probably captured and dead. No, unlucky.
So we're just walking around, trying to deliver this to someone that might not even be here.
Well, we'll be able to ask people in the town. I mean, an inn, general store. People go to these places frequently enough, so it'd be a decent enough spot to try and ask if anyone knows what's happened.
Might be better for one of you more charismatic folks to do the talking. I come across a little strong.
Yes,
I
and
will-
that's why
I-
you should be right behind us, holding your arms,
Yes.
looking tough. Extra persuasion.
He's not wrong. But no, I can do some talking if you want. God, why do I keep picking charismatic characters? It's not even just in D&D. The first one I chose in the vampire game was also charismatic as hell.
Oh, Patches with the family name.
No, not even patch. It's a completely different system.
Oh.
The one I chose was
Okay.
just everything he was doing was social, and I don't know why I picked it.
I'm sad we didn't get to see more of them. Okay, so we are all going into Barthen's Provisions.
Well, maybe one of us should stay by the cart.
I vote Francois
That
because
would-
he can't say anything.
I will stay
Yeah,
here.
that's a good idea.
Oui, oui. Oui. That is French for yes, not urination.
I'll keep my raven with him, so if something goes wrong, he has a friend to talk to.
Perfect. At this point, we're going to take our 10-minute break because my kids are going to be home anytime in the next 10 minutes, so I want to be able to be there to get to them. And then we will pick up with Francois and our familiar friend at the cart while you guys enter Barthen's provisions.
Thor Bliss is gonna cast a little casual guidance on himself because he thinks he's probably gonna engage in some social interactions.
I like it. I wish I could do that in real life. That would be amazing.
Yeah, right.
I have a question before we go in the shop as
Yes.
well. Do you know all the scimitars and short bows and everything that we looted?
Mhm.
How good is their quality? Is it
They're
just like standard quality?
a little less than standard. It's a little subpar. Goblins are not notorious for good maintenance of their belongings, and more often than not, when they do have something nice or nicer, it's probably because they just killed and looted from whoever they encountered. So these are a
Okay.
little subpar.
That's fine. We probably sell them as scrap materials to be like refurbished later on then, rather than actual
Perfect.
stuff.
Perfect. You, my dear. Okay. So as you guys walk into, and are we parking the cart out front? Are we taking it off to the side?
Is there some cart parking lot in front of the general store?
There's a little bit of like an open space right here, and then there's some open land back behind the shop as well, or across the way.
I mean, close enough that we can use it, but maybe not completely out in the open, just in case anyone decides to try anything. Because we have just left a wizard and a pigeon, effectively, to guard it.
Okay.
And
I think Valor would actually stay out too. Like,
Valor would stay
if I
out.
was gonna be honest, he'd probably stay out too.
No, that makes it feel a little bit better that if something goes wrong, they're not, the two things guarding it aren't going to die in one hit. At
Yeah.
least the third one will take 2 hits.
Yeah, at least, right? Here's to hoping. No nat 20s. Okay. So parking the, I almost said van, the cart just off to the side of the building off the main road.
Yeah, the Honda Odyssey parallel parks.
Yes. Scoot, beep, beep. You approach the front of this sturdy, practical building. It's made from sturdy timber, and you see that there's a relatively wide front porch. On the porch, there are crates and sacks that are kind of piled neatly on either side of the door. And you can hear the creak of floorboards and the sounds of dragging, kind of dying off, being like almost as though something inside is being moved. Most of the people that are out watch you guys enter, and quickly look away if you were to look at them or look their direction, and go about their business. Stepping inside the door, there's a chime from a bell. As you push the door open, it hits that, and the scent of dried goods, like rations and leathers and dust, greets you. It's a very warm and cozy atmosphere inside. You see that there are orderly rows of shelves that are stacked high with all manner of essentials, such as like rations, rope, bedrolls, lanterns, traveling gear, things of that sort. In the two corners at the front side of the store, there are some open barrels, large and filled to the brim, with grains on one side, salt on the other. And at the back of the store is a counter that is a little bit cluttered. You see behind the counter a lean woman in her 50s with kind eyes, and a no nonsense demeanor, as she looks up over the rim of her glasses at you. Welcome to Barthen's Provisions. Is there anything particular I can help you find today?
just a simple traveler looking for a little bit of information about a group that may have come through here just the day before, give or take a little bit. I was traveling on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was traveling on the road when I think I may have come across a refugee from the Lion's Shield Coster. Is that a group you know anything about?
As you first start to speak about wanting information about a group here, she narrows her eyes at you, and you see as she kind of snaps her fingers off to the right. And you see that there are two younger men, probably more boys almost at the threshold of manhood, who are moving some crates around, and they stop what they're doing and start paying attention. As you go on and ask about the Lion Shield Coster, the look softens, and you see as she lets out a rush of air, almost a sigh of relief, almost. Oh, well, the Lion Shield Coster is not really a group of people, from my understanding, but more of a company. I don't know a lot about them, but if you wanted to speak to Lenine at the Lion Shield Coster store, she's at the other end of town.
Ah, they're a company.
Yes.
Well, that makes sense then. Are you aware of any caravans from that company that may have been heading into town recently? Perhaps one that may have gotten into a little bit of trouble?
Not specifically, but there are whispers of trouble on the road. Who are you working for?
Oh, I'm an independent wanderer. I don't really work for anyone. I just try to help out where I can.
Oh. Well, I know Lenine has griped a bit about shipments not arriving on time, or at all, actually. But I unfortunately can't. I don't have a lot more information to share with you beyond that. But like I said, her shop is down at the other side of town, just past the town speakers hall. And she would potentially be able to share more information about what's going on with all that.
Well, I appreciate the information. Maybe some of these guys that came in behind me, maybe some of them are working for people that, do any of you guys want to share who you're working for?
You're muted, love.
I am simply here on a pilgrimage.
Ah, for oats, we've
That's
got
fine.
grains in the corner. Sorry, it's a bad joke on my part. I'm sorry.
Oh, is it just because I'm a Quaker, is it?
Yes.
Wow, I see.
I'm so
I feel
sorry.
called out.
Love you. Was there anyone that you're looking to meet on your pilgrimage, or are you just with the wind?
With the wind, you could say. That's why I'm here, of course, with a holy man such as this fine fellow here.
Huh. I see. And, what of you, sir? She says, looking to your tired companion.
I guess you could say the whims of a higher power, would probably be the best way to describe it.
Understandable. Oh, unfortunately, unless that higher power pilgrimage need adventuring gear or your run-of-the-mill standard equipment, I don't know if there's a whole lot here that I can help you with. Um, but I would say be careful who it is that you speak to around here. There's some fellas that are part of a rambunctious group, she says, as she kind of gets on her tiptoes and starts to look around the store to ensure that no one else is in here with you.
Well, we encountered a bit of rambunctiousness on the road into town. Can you tell us any more about that?
What I can tell you is that it's a group of thugs and ruffians who have taken it upon themselves to make Phandalin their base of sorts. And they've been harassing the locals and shaking down the businesses. And just being quite an ugly nuisance. There's no proof of it, but I'm pretty sure that they actually killed somebody this last week. But there's been no body. But his family hasn't seen him since he stood up to him.
A missing person, it seems.
Yeah, our woodworker. I would just be careful. If you see people with red cloaks or red coats on, perhaps best to go the other way and mind your own business. I would suggest, if you're not looking for trouble, to stay away from the sleeping giants and the dilapidated manor back behind the town.
Is that an inn, the Sleeping Giant?
It's a tavern. The inn is just a couple doors down. It's the Stonehill Inn. Toblin and his wife, Julmina, run it. Well, they've been having a rough go lately with all of the shakedowns.
You put those two names in chat somewhere.
The NPC names?
Yep.
Yeah, I have a feeling we need to go there.
Well, do these
Well,
red
also
coats
a raven
have
could.
a name?
Well, they go by the red brands. One of them is named Gary. He's a real asshole.
I hate Garys.
Gary's and Greg's, they're the worst.
Right up there with Chad's.
Oh, ugh. Never met a good Chad in my life.
Kyle's.
There are rumors that whoever it is that is at the head of their group or organization, a man by the name of Glassstaff? Something like that. Glass rod, glass staff.
Sounds like a real glasshole to me.
I thankfully have not had any encounters with him. I don't think anyone in town has actually seen him. They've just heard the name in passing encounters with the Red Brands.
Well, we appreciate all of this information. It'll definitely help us along the way, I think. And in the meantime, we may have I would say, recovered a few objects that perhaps you could sell in your store for a modest profit if we sell them to you.
I'd be happy to take a look. I'm a little bit lighter in the coin purse, and I'd like to be. The taxation of the red coats is red brands is taking its toll on us. But I can definitely take a look at what it is that you've brought. Are you talking about the items on the cart, the scimitars
Yeah.
and everything? Okay.
Yeah, well, why don't you take a little gander out to our cart and see what we got?
Absolutely. So, coming out to the cart, as you guys begin to show her what you have, she's kind of mumbling to herself, just kind of taking note of things. This would probably be better taken to Lenine at the Coster. She deals with armaments and weaponry and things of that sort. We're more of just a general goods, and I try not to step on toes, especially in times as trying as these. And this whole time that she's talking to you, she's kind of, her head's on a swivel, looking all around, making sure that you guys are in a safe space. And as she looks back at the cart and kind of pillaging through things, she stops mid-sentence as her eyes fall on the crates back there. Were you sent here by the Rockseeker brothers? And Francois would say, "Oui, oui. They owe me more money for bringing this here, and I am ready to get paid." Ha ha. And she would inform you guys that we've not seen Gundren or his brothers for quite some time. His brothers, I believe, had gone to do some mining in the Handy Hammer mines. And last I heard, Gundren was in Neverwinter and was going to be heading here. He should be arriving, any day now. But they were saying something about the cave and seemed pretty excited about whatever that is. But like I said, we've not seen him or his brothers yet. You're welcome to store these crates inside until he arrives if you'd like.
Yeah, that could be a good idea. I'm gonna lean into whoever I happen to be standing next to and just go, yeah, that note, not loud enough for her to hear at the minute at least, and just go, yeah, that dwarf in the note is 100% him. So we more than likely will have to go back if we're getting any amount of payment done, and also, I mean, the town doesn't exactly scream that it's doing particularly well at the minute, and it would only benefit us if we helped out in the long run, at least. But feel free to disagree.
Absolutely.
Yeah, these crates aren't my responsibility, but it seems to me that having them stashed away a little bit where they're not bringing attention to us might help us stay out of some trouble.
Baylor, you can go ahead and roll for that.
Oh, I did. It was the 16th.
Oh, I was expecting it to come after. She seemed genuine. There doesn't, and of course, it's kind of hard to gauge. You, the first time meeting this woman, you don't know how she normally carries herself. You don't know what her tells are, if she's holding back or being dishonest. But as you kind of you watch her and listen for any kind of change in the cadence of her speech or any kind of wavering, and there's none of that. You don't pick up any signs of ill intent.
Do we think then that leaving them here would be the best course of action for now?
Well, I would deposit the crates and then move right along to Lenin's.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you
my
have
idea too.
any? Do you have any form of protection here?
Sorry, I'm trying to fight the intrusive juvenile thoughts.
Well, what is it that you're looking for? Are you needing like a holy symbol?
No, no, you. If we leave the crate here, and the cart, you know, these items are important somehow. You have protection.
I mean, I carry a dagger with me, but I haven't really needed too much protection. When
We know what's even in these crates,
I just saw him.
Francois.
I don't know. The man, they give me the money. They tell me I've lost the accent. They tell me you take this to Fennel, and I say you pay me now. And they said I pay you half now, half later. So I bring them here, waiting on my second half.
I can't with the accent.
I'm so sorry. We've come this far.
I love it. I love it.
I'm so glad you do. I hate it.
Well, it's not like we can keep on, like, lugging around an entire cart full of these crates, so we'd have to deposit them somewhere. So I do say we leave them here for now, and as Bliss said, go to person whose name I've already forgotten because I'm bad with names.
Lenin.
That would be Lenin.
That was it. I knew it began with L, but I couldn't remember anything past that. Sorry in advance, I'll do that several times.
It's quite alright. I am kind of like, it doesn't even faze me. I have a player who's a dear friend of mine, and it is very rare that she remembers names, and when she does, it is usually butchered, so I don't even worry about it. She would introduce herself, and as you mentioned, forgetting names, she'd be like,
Oh, yeah. My name is Elmina, by the way. The boys that work here are Onder and Thistle. And he is very particular that it is Onder, not Ander. It's a hard on, not an. So if you do speak to him, please make sure that it's with a hard on.
Oh, damn it. I could see there was something coming. Also, I love that your camera has frozen and you're just looking so disappointed in that joke.
me?
No, Steve just
Oh.
looks so disappointed. It's fixed itself now, but it was just a frozen face of Steve just going, Denali. Really?
Just an Ollie. How could you do this?
This is just the tip of the iceberg.
I support the iceberg.
Really, you can't follow up the hard-on joke with just the tip.
You
That's
have
not...
to. You have to. Well, and with Twig coming in with the I knew something was coming right after the hard on. Like it keeps coming.
As it should.
By the way, while this conversation is going, is there anything interesting in the shop? Just in case.
Is there
Or is it
anything specific that you're looking for?
I don't think I am. It was more like if anybody else was after anything. I just thought I'd ask now before we all forget and wander off.
Go ahead
I
and
appreciate the reminder.
go ahead and give me a quick investigation, please.
really doubt this is going to be 17 again.
Oh, it's an 11. Okay. So what you see in here is really just, you know, just your basic run-of-the-mill adventuring gear. Not anything too crazy or too interesting. Would you be looking for anything magical as well? Throwing a
Oh,
bit in
always.
that bucket?
If,
All right.
if there's anything magical, I'll always keep an eye out for that.
Beautiful. Give me Arcana, please.
Oh, I don't think I'm good at that. No, I'm not. I don't understand how magic works. I just have my own that doesn't work normally.
You know
Never
what?
mind,
That
I'm good.
tracks, though. So as your eyes scan the shelves and the barrels and things of that sort, those tendrils that are always dancing around and pulling and prodding and guiding, you watch as they kind of flutter from your peripheral around the corner of one of the shelving units. And as you follow them, you see that on the opposite side of the shelf that you were looking at, there are 3 potions of healing.
I mean, they could definitely be useful. I'll make sure that everyone else is aware that there are potions here.
Okay.
How much does Potion of Healing go in Phandalin?
Well, we've had to mark our prices down a bit. They used to be 50 gold each, but now I'm doing them for 35.
35. I mean, I don't see any other expenses at the moment. Would anybody else be wanting to purchase any healing potions? You know, after the incident from earlier, it might be an idea.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good idea to me.
So 2 potions so far. Any other takers?
I'll take one.
So that would be all 3. I don't suppose a bulk buy discount could be applied.
Well, if
Go ahead.
well, if you could help us out with some of those healing potions, we might be able to try to, I don't know, reduce some of the pressure that these brand fellas are creating on your establishment.
Go ahead and roll persuasion. I will either let both of you roll persuasion independently, or one of you can roll with advantage. And you guys can talk above the table how you guys want to handle that. I have no problem with above the table talks.
Above table, my persuasion is 4.
Yeah, mine's 3, so
Me with advantage.
yeah, go for it.
Yep.
For guidance.
No, I already have. I cast guidance on myself, so
It's also
It
very
lasts a
obvious
minute,
when you,
right?
Yeah, it's also very obvious when you're using guidance. So he wouldn't be able to transfer it to me, but actually,
Oh, okay.
yeah. No, that's performance shit. I'm an idiot.
That's okay.
There we go.
21. Very nice. She thinks about it for a moment, and you can see her wheels turning as she's kind of like nervously like rubbing her thumbs together at her midsection and kind of chewing on her lip a bit.
I suppose I could do, well, 3 of them for 80 for you.
I'm fine with that. I'll get like my share of the money out and get ready to pull.
Okay.
So who else is putting money in again?
yeah, I'll
I will too.
let's put 27 coins down on the table.
Yeah.
That-
10.
But we're splitting up 3 ways, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if we need to, anyone could give the potion to anyone. I mean, I could carry all 3 and not use a single one of them. So they're communal. After all, the players' union must take care of themselves.
Ha ha ha.
Taylor will put 27 down.
I'll give you 6.
I haven't been doing math. How much do I need to put in now?
So 6 and then 27. And then Baylor, you said 27?
I took it off.
Okay.
27 being roughly a third of 80.
Yeah, so that would leave another 20 gold.
I will give her 25 then, just to make her feel
Okay.
better.
My initial reaction was, gee willikers, mister, thank you.
You've been muted
Shall
again.
I? No, I haven't.
Alright, so we're
Hey, shall I add some or no?
I mean, you can because it would make me pay less.
Yeah. How much did I? 30 10.
put that in there. And then 1 in.
I mean, grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter too much, but actually, yeah, you could just pay for the next thing, Stu. Just do it that way. Because I've already changed my money anyway. Oh, you want to help right now?
Okay. Did you already take the gold out from your inventory, Karin?
Yes, I did.
Perfect. Okay, I won't
Fantastic.
touch that.
I'll just leave it.
Okay.
We share everything.
Did
For now.
you? Did you already
Until I see
adjust
something
your gold, Bliss?
I did.
Perfect. Thank
And
you.
I'm learning how to add a potion of healing
Oh, I just dragged it in, hun. I'm
to the
sorry.
inventory.
Oh yeah, I see mine right.
Yeah, I just dragged it in for you.
Oh, you dragged it in for me.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Actually, you know what? Can I give mine to Thomas? Just because I feel like he's more likely to be like closer to people, and therefore is actually going to need
Absolutely.
it in an emergency more than me.
Absolutely.
So there you go.
He said as later this comes back to bite him in the ass.
Well, yeah, but if I go down, someone can grab me.
Yeah.
If he goes down, he's likely within melee range.
Very, very true. And we went over potion rules here, correct?
I believe that we did.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
And
yes.
Miss Alfima, it's been wonderful doing business with you. Do you also sell any herbs or components that might be used to brew a salve or balm or the kind of thing that would make someone who's hurt feel a little bit better?
Well, normally I do, but as I'd mentioned earlier, there have been some issues on the roads. So some of the supplies that I'm waiting on haven't yet arrived. I've got these crates and sacks out front to go through, and so there could be some in there. If you wanted to check back later tonight or tomorrow, I can let you know if there's any in there.
Well, that would be much appreciated. We'll have to swing by anyway to pick up some of these boxes.
Absolutely.
And by the way, here's a couple of coins which you could consider a storage fee to keep these boxes safe and maybe even tucked a little bit out of the way so that the casual observer doesn't just see these what are they called, the rock seekers symbol on them.
Yes. Well, thank you. In fact, if you'd like, I was gonna have the boys help bring it in. She calls for Thistle and Onder. I could show you where we'll be keeping them, and I could put them in the office so that way they're out of, as you said, out of the way of pry guys.
And and
That sounds wonderful.
and
And
the
I'll mark three gold off of my.
beautiful. And this is not the song that I want. And the boys would come out and help start pulling some of the crates. And you would see, if you guys followed or as they're holding the door open, you could see that they take them back past the counter where Elmina had initially been standing. There's a door off to the right. And this is a little office. It's not very, very big, but it's spacious enough that the crates and gear on the cart would fit.
And do the crates appear to be sealed? Do they have like? Are they?
They do appear to be nailed shut.
All right, so Bliss will just sort of take a look at them to just see if there's kind of make a mental note of what they look like, just in case they get, when we come back, you can look to see if they appear to be disturbed or opened or rifled through.
Okay.
Before they take the crates, we should try to divvy up that gold the best we can.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
We
about
don't
that.
forget about it. Was it like 47 gold?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what I've done, and I'll share this with all of you guys too, is now it should be able to share with all of you guys. If it pops up and then disappears, let me know. But in the inventory, that is everything that is on the cart outside of the crates and things that you are storing in the office now.
Oh, did we just have like a bunch of gold sitting on the cart?
47
Yeah.
gold.
Yeah, we didn't know how to
Yep.
divvy it up at the time.
Oh, I totally spaced out on that.
We just divide it by 6, and then if Andy can't come anymore, we can just.
I'd say divide it up with 5 because
Let's
even if
take-
Andy does join, his character
5.
wasn't there, so it would make sense for you guys to not take that into account.
Okay,
Actually,
so
no,
9
divvying up-
gold.
I was gonna say divvying it up
Yeah.
by 6 would be a better idea because my familiar should have some.
Well, that's a terrible idea. Yeah.
I think it's a fine idea, and my familiar agrees with me.
What did your
Obviously, I would have
What
to.
did your familiar do in that fight?
He didn't exist in the fight,
Exactly.
but now he's helping to keep an eye out. But you can't blame me for trying.
That doesn't hurt. The worst they can do is say no. Okay.
Oh,
So
everyone get 9 gold, and then there's 2 extra gold. I don't care who takes it.
So I'll set that to 0. You guys can edit your inventory gold there.
I have done.
I need to put that into Francois. Ho ho! Oui, oui. Mon ami and other French fries.
I can buy so many baguettes with this.
Yeah. Ho ho ho! I mean, oui. I hate the choices that I make for my life sometimes. Okay. Elmina would give a reminder to be wary and mindful of who it is that you speak to, and to watch your surroundings at all times. Do you need out? I'm still here. I'm just taking the dog out real fast. And she would tell you that if you wanted or needed to, you could leave the cart around the back of the building until you guys were ready for it again for whatever time that may be. We don't really have a storage or a stable place here, but you can absolutely leave your cart here if need be.
Well, that's very kind of you, but do you guys think we need the cart to roll all of these arrows and quivers and swords and stuff down to...
It's not too much of a walk. We could leave it here. I can project an image of what we have if
That's a very
she's
good
interested in
idea.
it. then one of us can go and collect it.
Valor can literally just grab it all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
yeah,
picture him just picking it up as you guys are having this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just walks past us, just like, oh, we can do
There's
that. I
no
guess.
no problem. Grabs it all.
Picks it all up in one hand.
Okay, what's next? In that case, then, shall we make our way down to? Nope, forgotten it again.
Iron
would
Shield
be
Coster.
Lenani? I was trying to remember her name. Was it Lenard?
Lenine.
No, Lenine. That was it. Crap.
You were closer this time.
I tried this time,
You,
but I wanted to call her Lenore at first.
Well, it was closer
After
than
the-
something with an
for the
L.
washing. Oh yeah.
Okay. So, derp-a-derp-a-doo, let me bring this up.
Now that we've had the warning, by the way, Quill's going to be flying in the sky, keeping an eye on everything around us again.
Beautiful.
Just going to be circling overhead.
All right, give me a quick perception check for him. As he keeps watch.
Did that not work? I mean, it was an 18, but I don't think it put it in the chat anywhere.
That's okay. I'll take it. When there are rolls like that that don't take, and I mean, I trust you guys, so if it is an 18, we'll say it's an 18. And I'll come back to that in a moment.
That's with the modifier as well, by the way.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So, making your way out of the shop and heading towards the Lion Shield Coster, you see there is a smithy. Why is it not pinging? Here we go. Uh-huh. You have a really bad, tell, though, JJ. You really do. You'd be like, oh no, it was a natural 20. And I'd be like,
Don't
roll
lie.
it
What are you talking
again."
about?
Never. Never. So, passing through, you see that there are some homes right here, just past the shop you were in. Across the way here, you can feel the heat from the forges of the smithy, and hear the clanging and hammering as they are working on metal of some sort, whether it be armaments or weaponry. You see here is a larger building, probably the largest in town, a large stone building, worn and weathered over the years, with a shoddy sign that hangs over the front of the establishment that says Stonehill Inn. Across the way, sorry, coming back to Ping. I don't want to leave him outside too long. Right here, you see that there is a smaller, more modest building, and just out front of that, not quite to the town square itself, there is an assortment of stones that is kind of stacked up to create almost like a tapering, two tapering side walls that come up to meet around back. It's probably 5.5, 6 feet tall. And in the center is a small, what is the word? Almost a pulpit, a pedestal of sorts, that's roughly 4 feet high. There is an assortment of coins and things like that around the ground as you guys pass by. Seeing more homes along the way here and obviously around the outskirts. Here you see that there is another stone building with a thatch roof, bars on the windows. The shades are pulled and shut on the inside, but you see the illumination kind of glowing from within. And then you make your way to the Lion Shield Coster here. It's a blue trimmed building. It's kind of squat, and where the other signs that you've seen have been kind of like shoddy at best, this appears to be newer and nicer. It is a shield-shaped sign, painted silver and blue, with the emblem. I don't think I've shared this picture with you yet. Let me see if I can bring it up. Images. Nope. Alright, to Google we go.
So Denali, I'm trying really, really, really hard not to metagame here.
Well, and I've, for these
Really hard.
purposes, I've kind of changed things just a little. Oh, you mean as far as like the location of things?
I'm trying to like not know where things are,
That's okay.
even though I do, but I don't.
You do, but Valor does not.
But I don't. Yes.
So this is the best that I can come up with on the spot, but the lion itself is gold rather than blue. No verbiage, no words on the sign, but very unmistakable that this is the lion shield. You see that on the outside there are crates and barrels that are stacked neatly on the porch. Most of them have the same lion emblem. All of them open, some of them scratched or slightly scuffed. Stepping in, the shop is cool. And smells like oiled leather and worked metal. The walls are lined with racks that display a modest but respectable selection of gear. Crossbows, quivers of arrows and bolts, coils of rope, a lot of cloaks. There are crates and barrels that bear the same emblem, tops off, and you see that there are weapons kind of placed inside. Behind the counter, you see this lovely woman. Let me share this and then I'm going to let my dog back in. Thick locks of dark, almost ebony hair cascade down past her shoulders. A braid on either side tied back into a half-up hairstyle. Give me just a second to get this dog in. Hi, baby. Good boy. Come on. Come on, old man. She wears simple clothing, commoner's clothing, with leather vest and boots. You see that there is a silver emblem on her left breast that bears sorry, I gave him a treat. He got really excited and snapped. The lion adorns her left breast as well. Her dark eyes are keen but friendly as her gaze lands upon you. Well, hello there. Welcome to the Lion Shield Custard. My name's Lenine. Is there something I can help you guys with today? It is everybody going in, by the way.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. Is there anything particular I can help you fellas find today?
Taylor will walk over to the counter and nicely put down all the items if there's room.
There is. The counter here is a stark contrast. It is clean and organized, whereas Elmina's was cluttered and not well kept at all.
So Mass, on the other hand, sneak around the shop while those guys are talking, looking for for items, like crossbows specifically.
Okay, and are you trying to be sneaky sneaky?
Hello. Depends if anyone noticed.
All right, you can roll stealth if you would like. And
Yeah.
I imagine that you were walking in towards the back of the group behind Valor and Bliss, some of the bigger guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Double click yourself. Top left. There you go.
I'm probably gonna. Oh,
Nice.
Very, very nice. Okay, and you said you were specifically looking for crossbow and bolts?
light crossbow.
Like crossbow. And you do find one. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand, please.
For the love of. Underlow?
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Let me see. I was really hoping you'd like roll low and she'd be like, well, where'd you come from?
Giving you an out.
Let me just put this light crossbow in your inventory as her passive.
Actually,
Actually, what?
would Valor here? Can I? I'm gonna roll a
Oh,
perception
please.
check.
Well,
No.
if he's walking in behind you. Well, I guess it doesn't matter with the 7.
That's what you got.
But I would say with
So
you,
I wouldn't see him at all then. Okay.
yeah, you would be oblivious.
Above table, like
You're not gonna
Lars.
catch me.
Yeah, he doesn't want to like steal, but
Yeah, and you shouldn't, Taylor. You should not steal.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say
but
Valor
no
is
steals.
not.
Good job, I.
Yeah.
or be associated with that. But
Yeah. I wouldn't want to
Yeah.
associate
he
myself.
wouldn't. He doesn't say whoop. So yeah, Valor was
Awful
just
people.
he's just going up.
Yeah. And moving forward in situations like that, because he came in behind you, your focus is directed on this woman. In situations like that, we would use your passive, because
Okay.
so if at some point you do catch him stealing, until then I don't see, and if you feel that it's incorrect, I don't see that being in your wheelhouse to be like, I need to specifically watch and make sure no one's stealing or keep an eye on everybody and like mother henning everybody. So until something like that does happen, which at some point it might, we'll go with passives against his
Fair.
rolled.
There's no reason to actually suspect I am stealing. I don't actually know my alignment or anything. At this
Yeah.
point,
And just so you know, I wouldn't have stopped you, but it would have been like a role play moment later.
okay.
Yeah, you would have chastised.
I'm not gonna
him.
prevent you guys from doing anything that you guys want to do.
Yeah, you guys are gonna fuck yourself.
Oh god. Oh. Well, it wasn't me. It was clearly that guy.
Look over there. Are you gonna try and grab some bolts for it as well? As the arrows that you have would be rendered useless with a light crossbow.
How much are the bolts? Are they cheaper than the crossbow?
Monetary wise, let me see. A single bolt is 5 copper pieces, so you could get 2 for a silver.
How much would it get for trading in my arrows and bow?
You can absolutely ask. And if you do approach, then she would be open to potentially cutting a deal for you. So Valor, you approach and set these things on the counter, and she looks at the items and looks at you. Were you looking to sell or donate?
I believe we were looking to sell. We acquired these we saw some bandits and we took them out. I think they were causing ruckus around the town, if I heard correctly.
You took these off the red brands?
I believe so.
Roll deception.
Oh gosh.
Well, I'd not heard of anybody going to blows with the red brands. Most people are not too keen on that. They're usually more likely to stay in their own lanes and mind their own business and manners. And by the looks of you, as she looks you up and down and kind of looks, past you at everybody else, definitely looks like y'all are well traveled and have been in some sort of a scrap, but you must forgive me for not quite buying that you got these from the red brands.
Oh, I must have misspoken. I'm not the talker in this group.
I can see why. She gives a little chuckle and a wink. And she leans in and she'd whisper, just to you, as she's getting up on her tippy toes, but making sure to be respectful and not touch you. You can't bullshit a bullshitter, hun. But it was a good try.
Duly noted.
So what's,
Okay, I'm
what's-
robbing this bitch. Let's go.
so what's your
I-
real business here? Go ahead.
I'm gonna roll for more.
All right, go ahead and roll another sleight of hand.
Ah,
14. Let me double check her passive. Okay. Doop-a-doop-a-doop.
Or can I, if it is to that point where it's like, can I just be like, oh, I wanted to buy these.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that and roll deception. Alright, so you've got a quiver of 20 bolts.
Nice.
Valor, what is your passive?
I honestly thought that the group of thugs that was harassing the locals was the red brands. That's why I said that. So I am sorry, guys. What is
Oh.
my what?
Your passive. And with your passive, out of the corner of your eye, you just hear the faintest little, soft padding of footsteps. And I feel like you wouldn't even see all of it. It would just be this little furry hand that just reaches up into a barrel and then just whoop! But you are correct. The red brands are harassing the town. But when you said that you
Okay.
got that from them, that's why she was like, I haven't heard anything going on. I'm right by the town square. There hasn't been any kind of commotion. Yeah.
Where
But-
does our character sheet show passive investigation or passive?
So your passive perception
okay,
on your
yeah,
main
it's
tab.
Right here. It's under senses. Like that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're
Sorry.
No, you're quite all right.
I was just a little slow on that. I was looking under abilities.
You're quite all right. Yeah. That's where the passive is at. And obviously.
I actually had a question about that.
Mhm.
Because on like a D&D Beyond sheet, it says it gives you 3 passives. It gives you passive perception, passive something else.
Insight.
What are the other 2?
Insight and investigation, I think.
There you go. So
Was
where
that a
are those-
2024 thing?
No, that's a every character sheet thing.
So it's your passive would be 10 plus your modifier and your proficiency. So for insight, it would be 15. And then you said the other was investigation.
Yeah.
Okay. Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
My
Um,
question is there any way to get those on here, or is it
you can
It-
add it
it's-
in.
It's
Final
just,
Fantasy?
it's just your modifier on a 10.
Yeah, and then your wisdom, and then let's see. and then investigation would be 10 plus your intelligence plus your modifier. If you want to keep track of that, you can put it in your notes. It's probably what I would recommend doing.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Or you could even put it under the senses, next to like dark vision or where dark vision would go, next to the passive perception if you wanted. So are you looking to see about selling these wares, or was there something else I can help you boys with?
Well, yes, I I all of a sudden started doing your accent. Like, wait, no.
The country one or like the southern draw is real contagious.
Yeah, I was like, wait, that was totally the wrong character.
It's okay.
Well, yes, actually, there is something else that you might be. I'm doing it again. There is something else that you might be able to help us with. You see, on my way into town, I think I may have come across well, let's just say a refugee from a caravan associated with your Lion Shield Coster institution. Have you had any travelers heading into town lately that may have run into some trouble?
Well, I overheard Sister Garael over at the Shrine of Luck as she kind of points out the door towards the stone setup, the building in that area. She'd said something about some animal folk, that there was a Sheld fella. I don't know if his name was Sheldon or if she just called him Sheldon, but that there'd been some kind of situation on the road, and that he had sought refuge for the night. I think she'd said something about Conneberry, but if I'm being
what was that last thing?
Conneberry? It's a town.
Conneberry.
Yeah, Well,
Oh,
those that have an accent might say Conneberry, but if you just speak common like me, it's Conneberry. And if I'm being quite frank with you, Sister Garael's quite a nice woman, bless her soul, but when she gets to talking, she don't get to stopping, and I usually just end up tuning her out. But she might have more. I don't know if, by the looks of you, and I don't mean to do any kind of profiling, so if I'm overstepping by any means, I am sorry. But if you're looking for anything to do with other animal folk, then she might have some information for you.
Well, that would be very much appreciated. I think I might head over in that direction.
No. I do have to ask, though, if I may be so bold, and if I may not, I'm still going to. If you had an encounter with somebody from that group, why do you not just ask them? Did they not make it?
Well, honestly, wait, hang on. So I have to remember here. So what happened? So above the table, right? So Layla had the emblem of the what's they called it, of the Lion Shield Coster. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So okay. Well, honestly, I just ran into what I would consider a refugee, and I'm trying to figure out where her people are. So I had a clue to lead me to the Lion Shield Coster. I don't really know much about Sister Garael, but I'd be happy to try to meet her.
Yeah, she is usually over at the Shrine of Luck, and if she's not there, then she's over at her house, which is just right next door to it. You can't miss it. It stinks to high hell of incense and oils. But she's a nice woman, a priestess of sorts, a little eccentric, if you ask me. And like I said, once she gets to talking, she will not stop. So just be prepared for that. I can see that you
Well,
have a little bit of a different energy.
our group has a high tolerance for eccentrics, I would say.
She kind of
So,
looks at all of you and gives one of those. Mm-hmm. Oui, 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 oui.
Mon chéri, of course.
as he twirls the panties.
Yes, yes. Panties in one hand and deck of playing cards in the other.
Ho 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 ho. Croissant.
I don't.
Enchanté, sure, of course, mon chéri.
I just drooled on
Okay.
myself.
False macaroon. Uh, so, well, to be frank, to be frank with you, we ran into some goblins along the road, and they tried to murder us, and we killed them, which is how we came across all of these weapons. And we don't really have much to do with them. If you would like to buy them from us, we could certainly use the coin.
She smiles a bit and kind of pats you on the shoulder as she kind of side eyes Valor. I appreciate your honesty. That's an integral person right there. Good way to win someone over and get in their good graces. I can take a look. You said you killed them goblins?
Well, I personally didn't kill any of them, but yes, we killed them.
Well, thank you. I can't be sure, but I think it might be them little fuckers that are messing with my cargo and my shipments coming in and out. Been waiting a couple of weeks for quite a few shipments to come in, and nothing's been turning up. And there are others that have been having some problems with their shipments, and or your refugee friends having some problems on the road. And I fucking hate goblins.
Might these little green fuckers be related to the to the
I love it.
to the red brand issue you seem to be having?
She cocks her head. You been talking to anybody else since you got into town?
Well, we may have made a couple of stops.
There's these little pipsqueaks. Pip and Carp. The Alderleaf boy and the Stonehill boy. They were... Give me just a moment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
They'd been running around, I guess. I overheard their moms talking about it. But they swore up and down that they'd seen some weird, long-headed goblins out in the forest, walking with some of the red brands. But I don't pay them no mind. They're kids. Wild imaginations, creativity, and sometimes just full of shit. But I hadn't really thought much of it till you said something about that.
So if I'm getting the story straight, it sounds like there's some goblins along the road that have been harassing your shipping.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition to that, some of these red brand fellas doing some shakedowns around the town. And you're saying maybe those two things are connected.
I'm saying that a child at the age of 7 and a child at the age of almost 9 are alleging that they are connected. That's just what I've
Allegedly
overheard.
connected.
Yes. You can always talk to the boys or their mamas if that's something that you're so inclined to do. But that's all I know about it. But if they are connected.
And you've had some missing shipments yourself, it seems.
Yes, I have. A couple weeks worth. So I ain't got much gold that I can give you. And as she's saying this, she turns and begins to kind of look through the gear that you've given her or presented her. There's not a whole lot that I can offer, and unfortunately, these the quality of these is not up quite to our standard. But go ahead and roll persuasion for me, please.
Would I be able to add something to the conversation before he rolls persuasion?
Absolutely, absolutely. You guys can always interject and chime in.
Yeah, jump in, man.
Well, while the quality of the weapons themselves might not be the best, it is a supply of raw materials to potentially use to create something of your own. So you needn't sell them as is.
Well, that's not a terrible idea, but if that's something that you're wanting to do, and you'd probably be able to get more from her than what I can give you for them, I was just gonna see about potentially buying them for you, because you took care of some of them little green fuckers. But Halia over at the Miners Exchange is always looking for more raw materials to smelt down and take down to the Smithy Joe and create more of her pickaxes and such. So raw materials might not be a bad way to go if you wanted to seek her out.
I can certainly do that with the scimitars. As for the arrows, I know you said the rest of them were low quality. Are the arrows pretty low quality as well?
Well, the arrows will work. They don't look like they were goblin made, so I can give you close to going price. I can't give you quite going price, especially as you know, pockets are a bit tighter than normal. But let me double check how many we have in there.
It was 80.
80 and
80
then
arrows,
4
4 quivers, 1 scimitar, and a short bow.
Beautiful. So the short bow. Let me do some math real quick. Well, let me use my calculator real quick. I'm not going to math by myself. Well, what I can do is give you 90 for everything but your melee weapons.
I'd say that's fair,
Would or would
given
not?
the circumstances.
I would throw on my short bow and arrows and say, "How much are these?"
so you take them out and ask her how much they are?
Yeah, throw them on with everything.
You're the worst.
Tried to sell them back to her?
No, and then I have a short bow.
Okay.
I've got a
Places.
crossbow now.
Oh, okay, okay. I
thought you
missed.
said the
Okay.
crossbow. I
I
thought you were
was-
selling back the stuff you.
That's what I
honestly
thought at
don't believe
first.
this anymore.
I'm a Harapian. It's like crossbows are a culture, but I couldn't start off with those items. So
It's free gold all around. Well, a short bow and 2 more quivers.
just-
Another quiver would be 1 more gold. And then short bow. I could take it up to 100 gold for all of that.
That does seem like a fair deal to me. I'm just looking around in case anyone wants to disagree, but given the situation, I'm assuming pressing the luck too much in a town that's sort of being a little bit harassed isn't really going to work out. So if nobody stops me, I will accept the trade for us.
Okay. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Remove this quiver and a short bow. Okay, I am now going to put 100 gold pieces in the cart money until you guys divvy it up.
Let's just divide that by 5.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Oh yeah,
Perfect.
yeah,
Okay,
actually,
so
it's
20
easy.
to each. I was thinking 6 again, and it's like, nope, we don't have 6. Okay.
Unless you give money to my familiar, which I would hold on to.
As he is scouting. Okay. And that was going
Well,
to
by
go
that
back
logic,
to...
maybe Layla should get a cut too.
No, I
Shiny!
was just hiding in the cart. I don't profit on her getting money, but I do profit on my Raven getting money.
I like that. Okay, now let me go back to doopa-doopa-doo. Okay, and you had rolled an 18 for the Raven's perception earlier, correct?
It sounds about right.
Okay. So, what your Raven would see, and let me double check the distance on this really quick. Okay, so it cannot telepathically communicate with you right now. Doopa-doopa-doo. And you cannot see through its eyes. But I will tell you right now, just so that I don't forget later with my pigeon brain, pun intended, as he is kind of... Oh, we lost them. We'll give them a minute, see if they get back on. So while we're waiting for that, Lenine would thank you guys. Not so much for the supplies, the gear, but for making our world a little more goblin free. I greatly appreciate that. If y'all happen to be traveling again, you know, in or out of town, and come across any of my supplies or crates that have been gone missing, then would be so kind as to have the integrity, and she kind of side-eyes you again, Valor, but it's always with that smile on her face. Solar internet, let me message them back really quick. Welcome back. I was just messaging you back.
Hey,
Yep, it worked as soon as I complained to you that it was broken.
You know what?
As usual.
Complaining to the manager always works.
No, please don't say that. I'm sometimes in charge of my shit.
Complaining to the manager never works. You're just an asshole if you complain to the manager.
Right, the last thing I heard was it sounded like you were about to say what Quill saw.
Yes. Give me just 1 second because I transitioned once we realized you disconnected. And Lenine is basically saying, you know, thank you for taking out some of those goblins, making the world a little more goblin free. And then it's saying that, you know, if you guys, you know, after you head out or whatever, if you guys happen to come across any more goblins that, you know, may or may not have some of the Lion Shield Coster belongings from the shipments that have yet to arrive, and have the integrity to return it rather than keeping it for yourself. She's a Spitfire, JJ. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. Some of my NPCs are lovable assholes. She is one of them. Um, if y'all were to find it upon yourselves to bring it back here, I could pay for the return of that, and potentially, reward you with an item or two from what's in the returned belongings. Now, by no means do you have to do that. There are plenty of people out there that would just take it for themselves, and if that's how you guys go about it, should you come across it, then you got to take that up with your gods. But should you be kind enough, I would be greatly appreciative and pay you kindly.
Despite our prior interaction, that is all that I intended. I will do that for you.
Well, thank you, sweetheart. Roll deception. No, I'm just kidding. So with Quill, and I will reshare the map as you guys get back on. Excuse me. So as he's kind of doing his rounds, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, kind of scouting out the whole town, kind of circling overhead, just keeping an eagle eye view on things, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Something that would have caught his attention, that again, until you guys are within that 100 feet, he wouldn't be able to communicate that with you. But I just wanted to tell you before I forget. A couple people that start walking down. Let me reshare this map. Walking down this trail here. Right about here is where they would come into sight for him. And they go into this building here. Are ravens aren't colorblind, right? They don't see like
Google.
dogs. Yeah, that's where I'm going right now. Do ravens see in color? Yes, they do. Okay. I didn't think that they were, but wasn't sure. That they are donning dirty red cloaks.
Okay then.
I got a follow. Thank you, owned. Oh no, that was Stajka. Thank you for the follow. Sorry guys, I got really excited. Usually I would mute myself in Discord.
I guess. Not an immediate threat, but it's a description close enough to the thing that he's supposed to be, like, keeping an eye out for.
Thank you, JJ. Said not an immediate threat, but close enough to what you'd heard about.
Yeah, close enough that it's probably something that would become a threat, so keep a closer eye on that one. If it looks like they're not actively coming towards us, he'd go back to scouting out anything that would come towards us.
Beautiful. Making note of that. Okay.
Well, as it seems like we've concluded a very mutually profitable exchange, I think our business here might be coming to an end. Do the rest of you guys think we could head out and see what else we might need to be doing around the town?
I would,
Yeah.
I agree.
and
In
I-
very mutual benefit.
And Lenny would say, you may want to be quick if you were hoping to catch Aaliyah. As at this point, the sun it's not quite setting, but it is at dusk, and things are starting to wind down. She usually closes up right around sundown, sometimes earlier as of late with the fucking red brands out harassing people. But you may want to make haste over there or catch her in the morning.
Well, I feel like I have some business to attend to over at the Shrine of Luck.
Hmm.
As we head out the door, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll communicate to the party that I think I may have need to make a stop over at the. Want to get in the way of you guys taking any of the recovered wares over to Helia.
Hmm. I want to meet the mist. What about the rest of you?
Say that again, you cut out for a second.
I said I want to meet the priest too, or the mystic. I want. What about the rest?
I mean, nothing in particular I need to do at the moment. I'll just follow someone for now.
And Mr. Valor, do you have any preferences?
I'm obviously not very good with talking to normal folk. So wherever I am needed, I will go.
Well, it sounds like we're gonna be heading over to the Shrine of Luck then.
Sounds good, my friend.
Well, you boys have a good
And-
night and take care of yourselves.
But Bus will say, into his coat, we might be finding your people soon.
Oh, I didn't pick it up. She kind of trills quietly, and the trembling has stopped. And now what you're feeling as you're breathing and stuff, she's still like hugging onto you as she's nestled inside of your robes. But you feel her little feathered hand kind of tapping, almost drumming gently on your chest with your heartbeat, as her
Aw,
ear
what a
is
cutie.
pressed up. I fucking, she's so cute. The most amazing NPC.
You've set a high bar for future characters.
Oh, thank you. Not all of them will be as amazing, but hopefully they'll all be memorable. I'm partial to cute furry things or feathery things. Okay.
Same.
So freaking cute. So we are heading.
So where did you say? So the shrine was off the main square. Was that right?
Just before, yes. And she had pointed from the door to the mound of rocks, essentially, over there. And let me see if I have a picture of this. Do I not? I might have to go back to Google. Bow, bow, bow. Sorry, trying to find a picture for you guys.
It's okay.
Okay, so this is, I'm gonna post this in the chat. Doop, doop, doo. A rough idea of what it's going to look like. Okay. So as
See.
you guys begin to make your way over that direction, approaching the the Shrine of Luck, you see that the shrine itself is a small, modest stone structure. As you get closer, you see that this was carefully constructed. It's not just a pile of stacked rocks as it initially looked in passing, but it appears to have been erected carefully with keen attention to details. The rocks are lined up almost perfectly. you see that there are wildflowers that kind of bloom around the perimeter that appear to be tended to, but not like aggressively groomed, if that makes sense. It's not a pristine little rock garden of flowers or anything like that, but it is well maintained. Um, the center of the shrine itself, you see that it's open to the elements, so it's kind of weathered and worn and everything like that. But atop of the altar or the pulpit that is there, um, there is a large coin emblazoned to the top, and there are small silver, copper, and gold pieces that have been placed around the top of the altar, as well as around the base of it and in the shrine itself. Um, the coin that is emblazoned on the altar itself is what I had posted in the Discord for you. Um, you see that it's a smiling woman's face. And as you look to the building just past the shrine, that same emblem is carved above the door that is closed. You see that around the shrine itself there are ribbons of different colors that have kind of been placed either around the altar or under some of the higher most rocks that have been kind of lifted as the ribbons tucked under, and they kind of flutter gently in the breeze. Looking to the building to the right, this is a very, very modest building. A sturdy wood door, where just above that is that engraving that I had mentioned. And the windows, they're kind of frosted. There's a window on either side of the door, and the door faces the shrine itself. And through the frosted glasses, the frosted windows, you can see the not pulsing lights, but the flickering lights of lanterns or candles within. The breeze that comes towards you from that building carries the soft tinge of incense and myrrh. I love how excited you are.
It's like a house I'd actually want to go to in real life.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, I'd go hang out there.
Very cool.
Frankincense.
Yes.
Well, yeah, incense. Yeah, we could assume.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, let's approach the house. You said there's a big, dirty door.
Yes, big sturdy door. Dirty
Thomas
too.
just like blows up like a like a Disney character going towards like a wonderful smelling like pie or something.
Yeah.
Just like we're just floating along.
Just that like euphoric look as the ears go back and kind of limp and just
It's just like
billow behind
just
you.
spinning around like a helicopter.
Approaching the door, all of your passives are good enough. You hear a very almost muted. It's almost if you were talking amongst yourselves, you would not be able to hear it. But the sound of someone talking or chanting on the other side of the door, somewhere within the building itself.
Well, is the door is closed, yeah?
Correct.
Well, let's knock.
So you-
I was gonna say break in, but good idea.
As you knock on the door, the voice on the other side stops, and you hear the sound of soft footsteps approaching. As the door creaks open, Player message, give me just a second. Yes, I really like that POI. Um, so as the door opens, you see that there is an elf woman who greets you. Her silver blonde hair is in a long braid over one shoulder. There are some small charms and trinkets and coins that are kind of woven into it. The coins in her hair have the same face that you saw on the altar as well as above the door. Um, she is, excuse me, her eyes are like a lavender gray. They are soft and kind, but there's a sharpness to them that almost seems out of place. Her robes are blue and white, and she wears some silken sashes across her shoulders, and has a gold-colored chain around her waist, a satchel, almost like a coin purse on her hip on her right side. And you see that as she goes to adjust herself or pull the door open more, that there are some ink stains on her fingers.
Wasn't me.
What was that?
Wasn't me.
Were the words that I told her.
Sounds like it's expensive with all the gold and everything.
Oh,
Very
it's like costume jewelry. It's not real gold. Not in this town. She greets you. Timora's blessings upon you.
Well, hello there. Would you be Sister Gariel?
Her eyes narrow a bit as she looks you up and down, almost trying to get a feel for you. Yes, I am. And who might the lot of you be?
We're just a band of ragtag travelers who happen to encounter some a refugee on our way into the city, and a friendly lady named Lenine indicated that you might have some connection to the refugee that we encountered.
Come inside. She steps back, opening the door for you.
We'll follow. I'll follow her in.
Okay.
Tomas looks for the incense. Looks for the incense. Sorry.
It's quite all right. And as you guys enter, you'll see that the building itself is quite spacious compared to what you would expect looking at the outside. And that's mainly because there's not a lot of furniture in here. There are a lot of cushions and pillows kind of strewn or placed on the floor. Some prayer mats, things of that sort. There's a set of 3 steps at the far end of the building that go up to a bench and a pulpit. And then just behind that, there is a work desk, essentially, a desk and chair. You see that there's a lot of parchments there, a quill dipped into an ink jar. There are incense burners along the walls all throughout the building. There are also placed between some of the pillows, and then kind of placed, not sporadically, but spaciously along the steps at the far end that have burners for oils as well. It smells wonderful for some. For some, it might be slightly off-putting. Go ahead, Valor.
So as Valor kind of enters this house, you all see him kind of stagger a bit, and clutch the left side of his neck. And he'll, for an instant, he might like lose consciousness, but then like immediately pick it back up again. So like he'll like do like a little fall forward and catch himself. And is there a place that I could sit down? This is a bit overwhelming.
Oh, of course, I can put out some of the incense if that would be more comfortable for you.
No. That is fine. It is strange feeling for me, but I don't know if I like it or if I don't.
Are you?
But it is.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. She was going to ask if you're a believer or a follower.
That is a hard question to answer. I would like to say I once was, but from what has happened, I don't know if I can say that for sure anymore.
She will gently, and she's a tall woman. She is an elf. As she goes to tuck her hair kind of behind her ear, as her braid is not very tight. You see her long pointed ears. And so she is relatively tall, but in comparison to you, Valor, she is dwarfed. But she would slip her left hand into yours and put her right hand around your back and kind of guide you over closer to the stairs and tell you, I can give you the chair or a pillow against the wall if that's more comfortable.
The chair would be perfect.
Can
Thank you.
Make it up the steps okay?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And she will guide you up and pull the chair out for you so that you can take a seat.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course. If you cannot find compassion in the house of our Lord and Lady, then there's no hope left. She kind of chuckles a little. Turning back to the rest of you, not really stepping away from you, Valor, but kind of turning her attention there after making sure that you're seated okay and not gonna like die. The refugee that you speak of.
So, Bliss will kind of let Layla kind of poke her little head out a little bit into this.
And as she does, you see the very like calm, composed demeanor kind of melts away as Sister Gariel's eyes go wide, and she begins to smile. Oh, what a precious little one. And she slowly begins to approach, hands kind of outstretched, not like gimme gimme, but more of a will you come to me kind of thing. And at first, Layla would kind of duck back down into your robes a little bit, but upon realizing that she's not, just being grabbed, would kind of poke her beak back out.
this little one seemed to be lost upon the northern road, and from the best that I could determine, perhaps was involved with a traveling caravan headed towards the city that may have been waylaid along the way. I was hoping that some of her people may have made it ahead of her, and that I could help reunite Layla with her travelers, with her companions.
The group that you speak of, were they more like her? Animal folk?
Well, let's ask Layla that.
She quietly,
That's okay, Layla. You can answer the lady.
as she emerges, her little beak and her little eyes come out just under her chin. She, still clinging to you, but now looking at Sister Gariel, nods her head and caws gently. And Sister Gariel is I think the best way to describe it would be trying to contain her, oh my god, it's so fucking cute, and trying to be respectful because this is another, person, essentially. But much like, trying to win over a small child without looking over eager or stupid, which is a very fine line, by the way, for those of you that don't know. It's a very fine line. But, as she kind of pokes her head back out and nods her head, Sister Gariel goes, and does like the peekaboo face, almost like the, and Layla would duck back down. And there's a little bit of that back and forth, until ultimately, as the conversation goes on, Layla is more comfortable, and will not of her own volition come fully out of your garb, but you feel her body relax, as by the end of the conversation, unless you were to pull her out. Her top half essentially would be kind of out, as she becomes more comfortable. Sister Gariel would tell you that I had a visit from, I don't know the proper name for them, but a turtle person or a tortoise person, a shelled individual.
Oh, those would be turtles. I know quite a few turtles.
Do you know Sheldon?
I don't think so. Not that turtle.
Okay. He had stumbled into town, and said that he had been traveling with a group, that they were traveling to or from Connieberry. I believe it was to. I don't quite recall. But that there was a group that had ambushed them. He said that they were like goblins, but different. They had long, almost cone-shaped heads, and a grayish purple hue to their skin. Teeth filed sharp to points. And that there was this strange, unnatural energy about them. But that the group of goblin-esque creatures had attacked the animal caravan. He ran surprisingly fast. I'd always thought that turtles were slower, but apparently that was not the case for our dear Sheldon.
Tortoises. Tortoises are usually slower.
Oh, I do apologize.
A distant ancestor of mine have made the same mistake thought he could just outrun the tortoise, but the hare, yeah, just he's overconfident. He had a nap, like
Point
got
of
some Greek dude
inspiration.
wrote about it. Like, come on.
I'm giving you a point of inspiration for that one. Cheeky fuck. Oh.
I'm just huffing all the incenses at this point. Like,
I was ready to say slow and steady wins the race, but you got it.
it's my cousin, you know.
And she looks very like intrigued, like not like a joke at all, but is very like, oh, that's quite interesting. I would have thought it would be the opposite, and I would have never known. Like hanging on every word as she's at this point kind of she's put her hand out for Layla to kind of sniff at or play with or kind of bat at, and I feel like Layla at this point is kind of like almost like a kitten, almost like a cat, kind of tapping at it and just touching just to test the reaction. Yeah.
Aw.
Bliss is very tempted to also just go.
if you do, you know what, she would put out a hand for both of you. Every once in a while, do a little. He had said that as he fled, and he was not very proud of it, that as he fled, he had heard something, almost a scream, but he described it as something violent, almost as if there were a tear in the weave, or something of the sorts. He said that he had ran a bit of a distance and ultimately hid along the trees. And after a few hours, he'd gone back to look for any survivors or any signs of where they may have gone. There were drag marks near the edge of the trees, fur, feathers, and scattered arrows. A few, and at this point she kind of mouths it, trying to prevent Layla from hearing it, but would mouth some fallen bodies. He said that there were most of the others were not there at all, but he doesn't know where they would have gone or perhaps have been taken to. He came here to rest. I believe he had said he was going to be heading to Golden Fields to seek refuge there or to find people to help. Unfortunately for him, the people here are not quick to come to the aid of others outside of the town, as they are busy tending their own wounds, so to speak. What was that, Valor? Okay.
Do I know where Golden Fields is?
I think you would have an idea. Let me bring this map up again. Okay, that's not gonna be. Let me bring up this other image.
Sorry about this.
No, you're good.
At least I gave him one warning when I did it.
Let me bring up this map so I can show you guys. Because I believe, without looking at the map, I believe that Golden Fields is like northeast of Phandalin. If this map would... Oh, come on. It's not wanting to work for me.
That's okay. We can
Okay.
pull up like a Sword Coast map or something like that
Okay.
later.
Icy Grounds is being a turd. Oh, here we go. It might take a minute to load for you guys. If it will let me share. Nope. Sorry, the program's goofing on me right now.
So you're saying that Mr. Sheldon has left the town and is heading over to Golden Fields.
Yes, I believe that's where he said he was going. It didn't make much sense to me to go back the way that he had come. But he'd said something about someone there knowing of a sanctuary.
Did Sheldon mention what kind of business or purpose was animating his journey?
No, that's the group itself was looking for a safe haven. Or some place to put down roots. My understanding is that it was a bit of a motley crew. Oh, and I was wrong. Golden Fields from there, I was thinking of somewhere else. Golden Fields is southeast of Phandalin. So looking at the map that I just shared, Phandalin is here. And then Golden Fields is down here.
I don't actually see the image of the map at all, but I can at least see the pink circles, so I know vaguely how far away they are.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the
what?
same thing that happens here. I have a white image, like a white background with 2 pink circles on it.
Alright, let me put a token on here and see if that makes
Again,
a
it's
difference
not a big
for
deal. I
you.
mean, like we can.
Okay, and I'll
I can
also
just
be able
pull-
to post it in our chat as well, which I'll do now before I forget. Hi, babe. Sorry, Happy just got home. And what I may do, I'm gonna create another channel real quick. And I'll end
Map
up
or something?
moving campaign info.
Hmm.
And I'll end up moving the other things into there as well. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Here we go. It'll take a minute for it to upload in the channel, just because it is a bigger file. But that their ultimate goal was to find a safe haven or a safe place to start building a life and a home.
So Bliss will sigh and pet Layla a little bit and say, "I'm sorry, little one. It seems like your people aren't here."
She coos gently and sadly.
Do you recognize the name Sheldon?
She coos and nods her head. And is friend. And at this point she has stopped playing with the hands, kind of not fully grasping the situation, but after being told that her people are not here, becomes kind of sad and downtrodden.
I know it's a little disappointing, but we'll find them. We've got a good lead.
She hugs
So
you quietly.
To Sister Gariel, so we'll Bliss will turn to Sister Gariel and say, "Well, we very much appreciate all of the information that you've shared. And to be honest, it seems like there's some pretty shady things happening around this town. You've got regular goblins and long-faced goblins, and also some of these red brand fellers who seem to be kind of doing a shakedown.
She kind of sneers a bit at the mention of the red brands and nods her head. Yes, it seems that Phandalin and the immediate area has had quite a poor run of things lately. But I pray diligently that Our Lady Tymora will turn that around for us.
So guys, what do you think? Do you think we should try to explore some more of the town?
At this point, Thomas is quite intoxicated from the fumes. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. For the Raven Queen. Man.
Man.
Valor has curled up into the fetal position in the chair.
Aw.
And you guys all see
The
this. She's
over
oblivious
there
to it. Her
seems
back's to you.
The big guy over there seems like he wants to rest for the night.
You are welcome to sleep here, if you'd like. Though there are more comfortable accommodations at the inn. But I do know that for some wayward travelers, the coin does not always match the desires.
I am used to sleeping wherever I lay. If it isn't an inconvenience to you,
Not for me.
the smells are quite nice.
I just had like in my head like a pan shot over to fucking Tomas, who's just got like the stoner eyes, like the ears completely like relaxed.
Does
As
anyone
you
have
say
any
that.
more rations? But yeah.
You need
I-
rations?
No, I was making a reference to the bloodshot eyes and
Being
just
high.
lately being
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Francois
Well,
would.
sister,
Oh, go ahead.
sister, can you tell us any more about any of these potentially interrelated troubles that Phandalin is experiencing?
Well, my knowledge of what's been going on is limited to what we've discussed. As she looks down, kind of embarrassed, I've been focusing my attention and studies elsewhere. Sort of seeking a relic of faith, so to speak. That was part of the reason I had taken such a liking to Sheldon, and heading from Connieberry, or to Connieberry, I don't remember which he said. I just focused on that and then the loss of life and how shaken he was.
So you're looking for a tortoise relic?
Not necessarily, more of a relic of faith. I'm looking for someone who may have that, or at least information on it, but I don't want to bore you with the details. As far as the Red Brands, they've been here for a bit. they regularly spend their time at the Sleeping Giant, kind of in shifts, it would seem, drinking till they're stupid and going
So
around.
not long. So not drinking very long then.
She kind of chuckles a bit. No, not at all. But then they go around harassing not just the shops in town and businesses, but the villagers as well. There's a gentleman who, I believe a week or two, had gotten fed up with it and stood his ground. Our woodworker, actually, and politely told him to stick it where the sun does not shine. He used much more colorful language than that, but it does not behoove me to repeat verbatim. He has not been seen since, and I've just recently heard that now his wife and children are missing.
Well, that is certainly a tragedy. What was this woodworker's name again?
That one, let me look up because I fucking forgot. I know his wife's and kids' names. Let me
Because I know you
check.
told us the name because the other
Jesus.
Elmina mentioned that person too, but I didn't write it down. So I was trying to get it. I was trying to make up for the fact that I didn't write it down the first time you told it.
She had mentioned the woodworker, didn't give a name because at that point I couldn't remember his
Oh.
name. Let me double check. Fel Dendrar. And that is, let me copy and paste. And the campaign info. And then the wife is Myrna. Nilsa is daughter, and Nars is the son. And she would give you those names.
Daughter was what?
Nilsa. Nilsa.
And then Lars?
Nars. Nars.
Nars.
Yeah.
Ilsa.
How long ago did that happen?
The wife and children went missing about a week ago, and it was close to a week prior to that he went missing.
Well, perhaps then, we could plan on staying here for the night, but maybe going out for a little bit to see if we can find out anything about any of these mysterious goings-ons before we go to sleep.
Absolutely.
It wouldn't be the worst idea.
I would join you.
Were they
Go ahead.
were they taken from their home, out in the middle of town?
I don't
Do you
know
know?
the specifics. There are, you know how rumor mills are. I don't think anyone actually saw it happen or knows exactly when it happened. One day they were out and about as normal, the next they were not. There are rumors that they were taken in the middle of the night, but there's no broken doors or windows.
Might be worth investigating their house as well, maybe? Do you know where they live?
Yes, his house is. I'm going to put this one in a circle on the Phandalin map. And Francois would say,
Ho ho ho! I might join you as you go and procure information and see if there are any leads. Ha ha ha! Or I may stay here. Depends on how I feel next week. Ha ha!
do you see that on the map, Valor?
Yes.
Okay. I think with that, if you guys are looking to sleep here for the night after going and seeing what other information and stuff you can get from the town, I think this is a good place to wrap the session for the evening and come back next week with what I'm going to call Boys Night Out.
Before we leave, am I alright to just get Quill's come back, just so I
Absolutely.
don't lose him completely?
Absolutely. And he would report back that he had not seen anything else, any other movement or anything. There'd been a lot of like rambunctious sounds coming from the building that he saw the guys in the red go into. But when he went and scoped it out or whatever, there were just a couple of them that were on the porch drinking and being dumb.
Alright then. No immediate threat then for now.
For now, yes. Anything else any of you guys want to add before we wrap things up? No? Okay.
I don't think I'm a good person.
Beautiful.
With the energy of the freshman, he would probably ask, "Hey, can we get a level up?"
Ah, not in this session because you've already said you're going to be going out before you rest.
Oh. Wait, what?
You guys are going out before you guys rest. You guys won't level up till after a
Oh.
long rest when you
Darn it.
level.
Okay.
Good try though. Ho ho ho, wee wee.
For those of you that watched and followed and subscribed, thank you so much. This group will be back next Friday at 2 o'clock Eastern. We'll see you then. Bye.
Right.